This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission, and the date is the 7th of December, 2022. We should start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. Will you please call the roll and give the TV coverage announcement?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney, and good morning to the rest of the commission. Excuse me. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
And Chair Cooney.
Here.
I believe Commissioner Park is just running a couple minutes late.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Good morning to Mr. Wilson. You have the agenda status report, and you can do the projection report after that.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Looking at the status of our agenda today, we have two items on the standard agenda. First item is Key Site 17 Senior Housing Project, and staff and the applicants are available and ready to present on that item today. The second item is the appeal of the 3450 Villa Real cannabis cultivation by concerned Carpinterians, and staff and the appellants applicants are ready to present on that one today as well. Moving to the projection report, we have one more hearing left for 2022, which is next week, December 14th, and that will also be here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. We have a briefing on the housing legislation by Dan Clement, Deputy Director of Long Range Planning Division, and then we have the item that we continue to that date, the Highway 101 widening project, and then also the much anticipated holiday luncheon is scheduled for next Wednesday.
And if nothing else, we'll do that, right?
Right, that's a
Great.
date certain on that one. Moving to next year, our first hearing of 2023 will be on January 11th. We have a cannabis retail project located on State Street that is scheduled for January 11th. The location of this hearing, our January 11th hearing, will be in Santa Barbara. And then we also have two other items on the January 11th, which is the Garrity appeal of a garage conversion and then a lot line adjustment. And then moving down into January, we have our next hearing will be January 25th, and that will be in the Santa Maria hearing room. We have two items projected for that date, an appeal of another cannabis cultivation operation out in Cuyama, and then we have another appeal of the Moriarty Holdings, another cannabis cultivation project on Long Canyon Road. And then on February 1st, we will be back in Santa Barbara with two items, more cannabis, appeal of the 5601 Casitas Pass cannabis cultivation, and then we also have an appeal of the Mission Canyon project in Goleta area, a road maintenance project. Moving further, we have nothing projected in February 8th, and the next hearing is February 22nd in Santa Barbara, and we have so far we have the Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report scheduled for that date. So I believe that is as far out as we've projected into the next year. So that completes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Gives us a glimpse into 2023. Any questions from commissioners on the projection report? Not seeing any. We can go then to public comment. This is the point in our meeting at which we invite members of the public to address the commission on general matters, not matters on today's agenda. And I'll ask our clerk whether we have anybody for public comment.
Chair Cooney, all of the slips and signups I have are for items on our standard agenda. But as is typical, I would like to give people the opportunity via Zoom. If you'd like to speak on items not on today's agenda, just raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands. I think we're safe to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We will then proceed to Planning Commissioner informational reports. It's been some time since we met, so I anticipate there'll be lots of comments. Commissioner Park, welcome.
Thanks, I've been here but locked out. 5 to 10 minutes.
Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Yeah, I think this may be the appropriate place to try to bring this up. Is the Ag Advisory Committee has requested that we have try to set up a joint meeting with the committee and the Planning Commission. It's been some years since we've done something like that. And they also mentioned that there may be a new Ag Commissioner coming in on the horizon. And I understand it'll be like herding cats, but perhaps we could work towards that, getting the new Ag Commissioner when that person is appointed, and Ag Advisory together with Planning Commission.
Thank you. Any questions, comments for Commissioner Farini on a joint meeting with the Ag Advisory Committee? Okay, let's keep moving then. Any other informational reports from commissioners? I know Commissioner Park didn't have a chance yet. Did you have anything you wanted to comment on? No. I'll take that as a no. All right. So we'll go to the minutes. We have 3 minutes, the minutes of which we need to approve today, 3 meetings. The first was October 5, 2022. The second is the 12th of October. And the third is the 2nd of November. So let's start with the October meetings. October 5, any corrections, changes?
I would move to approve them as submitted. I didn't see a need for changes on October 5.
Okay, October 5. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Freen. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions?
I believe that Commissioner Martinez needs to abstain from this set.
Which one?
October 5th. All
Okay.
right, motion passes 401.
Second set of minutes we have is for the 12th of October. Did everybody have a chance to look at that? No, sorry. In case we have some there, one and not all of us, we need to do them individually. Mr. Villalobos, I think you did this on purpose, but there is a typo on page 2. The very first action, you report that Commissioner Bridle is absent. And
Well,
it's, yeah.
welcome, Commissioner Bridle.
aha.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Cooney. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's a very important correction. So, do we have a motion to approve those minutes subject to the correction?
I'd so move with that correction on my name, yes.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, or do we have abstentions from that meeting? Mr. Villalobos, you could help. Were we all here?
I think you were all there for that meeting.
Okay. And finally, November 2nd of 2022, very short meeting. Anybody have a chance to make a motion approving those? I'll make the motion. I usually don't, but I did read them this time. The motion to approve the minutes of November 2nd, 2022 as presented. We need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Park. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Abstain?
And an abstention by Commissioner Farini. Okay, so that's the minutes. Let's look at, the agenda says that we have a director's report, and we have our director. Welcome, Ms. Plowman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The agenda does not lie. So just a few things to report on today. I'm just advertising once again the planning commissioner training that's being held by the Institute for Local Government, and that is February 17th in our board hearing room. So just another reminder. And I wanted to remind everybody, and I'm sure Mr. Wilson did, that our holiday party is next week, our luncheon. So hopefully everybody's been able to RSVP, and we look forward to spending some time together celebrating the holiday season and the work you guys do. I did want to report, last time I was here, I talked a little bit about the housing element workshops. Those were conducted. We had one on November 16th in North County at the Betteravia Government Center. And then we had another one the following night on the 17th here in this room. So the staff is continuing to work away on producing the housing element. They've been meeting with various groups. We've had a couple of meetings in addition to those workshops with community groups that have asked them to come and talk to them about the process. And so we will be continuing that until we release the draft for public review, which is next year, early next year. And then in terms of actions that the board has taken since we last met, on November 29th, the board heard a few items from the department. First, they approved the child care ordinance amendment that the Planning Commission had heard. They approved a map in Orcutt called the House Cell Map. And they approved the building code update, the first reading of the building code update. The second reading was yesterday, and that was approved. There's minor changes to the building code this year, and so those will go into effect in January. And then also yesterday, they heard the annual report on what was once CREF, which is now CRIMF. Instead of enhancement, it's mitigation. Which was, it was a trademark complaint. And so we had the 5-year reassessment of fees, the annual status report, and the name change. And then we will, in the following year, be able to be accepting applications. And then we should have reached our goal to collect all the money that was required for the public access in Hollister Ranch. So that's good. So then we'll be able to have additional funds available for acquisition or other types of projects in the future. The board on the 13th will have 3 items from the department in front of them. One is the land use element amendment that you recently heard, just updating the information about disadvantaged communities. And then the Summerland Association appeal of the fuel depot sign is on the 13th, and then the Ceres cannabis appeal is also on the 13th. So we will be busy at the end of December. And then I'm sure that either David or Jeff may have talked to you about the fact that with the department and the whole county is doing the family-friendly closure between the Christmas holiday and New Year's. So the offices will be closed during that time. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? We're a little slow getting started this morning, but we probably will.
Me too.
have
That's okay.
Looking forward to our next meeting and the get-together. So hope everybody can attend. You didn't mention, but I read on Newshawk this morning that we have a new supervisor on the
That
dais.
is correct. That is correct, Mr. Chair. Yes. The governor took action and allowed Laura Capps to be seated yesterday, so we had no lapse in D2 for a supervisor. So she is in place and will be at the hearings in December. And then I don't recall if they officially swore her in yesterday. Did they? Yes, thank you. Thank you, David. Yeah. So, yes, she's in and she's seated. And we have met with her and talked to her a little bit about what's going on in our department. So that's good. We're excited to be working with her.
Yes, it's an extraordinary process. Her term doesn't start until January.
Correct. Correct.
So she'll probably need to be sworn in for that term
Yeah,
in January.
possibly. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And the governor has to approve it, has to take action to allow it to happen. And he finally did at the last minute. So,
That's great.
yeah.
Anything else for our director? Don't see it, so
right.
thank you very much.
Yeah, just a little bit of an accolade. I was at one of the housing element public meetings here in the room on a Thursday night, and it was very well attended from people all across, and a lot from second and a few from first and a couple from third district. And so it was very informative to, hear everyone's questions from the public, but I was really, really impressed with everyone on the housing element update staff. Dan always has a good team, and Jesse Steele and Selena Alvilcizor.
Evil Sizer, yes.
Evil Sizer, thank
Yes.
you. I want to make it more Spanish.
Yes.
We're very well equipped. And Alan Bell too was there, and they did a great job. And then I had another drill down with Jesse this week to ask more questions, so I didn't take time at that meeting. But it was a good go out. I'm just waiting for everybody to wake up and pay attention. I mean, in the public realm,
Right.
not here.
Yeah. No, we appreciate. I'm getting there. I don't need another sip of this. I'll be awake. I really appreciate you making those remarks. That the team has been working really hard on completing the work, and as we've talked about, maybe outside this room, the process is really different than it was in the last cycle, and there are more requirements, and working with HCD has been more challenging, and so it's quite a bit of work, and they're doing a really good job.
And the bar is so much higher.
The bar is much higher these days. Yeah, I mean, the state has come to a place where they have decided they are going to make sure that housing is built by essentially removing some of the controls that local jurisdictions have. And, it's a result of really not being able to keep pace with the population. Even in our own community, we have challenges with that, right? We can't house the people that work here. And that has created numerous impacts. Social, environmental, cultural, so, right. And so, anyway, it's a challenge for sure.
Thank you. Again, P&D staff was above and beyond. I was very impressed with everything they did. And I paid attention to a couple other similar workshops and things. So, I know it's a lot for an understaffed organization. So, great job.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So that ends our administrative agenda, and we will, unless I hear from fellow commissioners that we need a break now, we'll just go to item 1. Is that okay? We haven't been at it too long, so we'll interrupt if we need to. This is the Keysite 17 Senior Housing Project in Orchid, and I'll ask Mr. Villalobos to read it into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of the Orchid Union School District property owner to consider case numbers 21 DVP 6, 21 CUP 3, 4, and 5, and 22 GOV 1, and to accept the addendum to the Orchid Union School District Keysite 17 project final subsequent environmental impact report, case number 11 EIR 3, certified February 11, 2014, pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Commissioners, do we have ex parte disclosures from anyone? Commissioner Farini?
Sure, yes. Had a Zoom meeting, it's probably been almost a month now, with the applicant team. And Sean Henderson, who's a member of the school board, he contacted me in support of the project as well.
Commissioner Park?
Yes. This will be a little different. I held a workshop on recreational needs in Orchid over a year ago. It was the Oasis Senior Center in the parking lot. So we were literally on the site of the project and looking to the west at where the rest of the project will be. And so everybody who came to the workshop, which was mostly seniors, and there was dozens and dozens of them, spoke to me about facilities that would be in the park at the in the project. And then, because I volunteer with seniors throughout the county, but particularly there, I've heard a lot about it from Orchid residents since then. I even heard about it from my wife last night. And I've had conversations in particular with Parks Division, and I don't know, are those ex parte contacts? If it's not P&D staff, but it's other county staff. Maybe Mr. Pettit has a point of view. Am I supposed to report that or not? Or do I ask too many stupid questions?
Commissioner Park, I would, for purposes of ex parte, I would just err on the side of caution and identify any conversations that might include relevant information that the parties might be interested in hearing.
Okay, well, and so I generally don't report conversations with P&D staff on projects, but in as much as my conversation with Parks Division staff, Jeff Lindgren, I should report that. And so I'll have a lot of granular questions and ideas today on the facilities at the park and on the Quimby fee credit that the applicant could get. I think the applicant will appreciate what I've been exploring for you. So that's my convoluted ex parte disclosure.
Commissioner Farini, did you have? Oh, you did already? Oh, right.
Right. So I had I don't have the specific date. It was about 3 months ago that I actually had an initial conversation with the applicant's team, and then I had several conversations with staff, which were very illuminating, and then I had another conference call about 3 weeks ago about the project with the applicants, and that's all.
Thank you. I will disclose that I didn't have any meetings or discussions with individuals, but I did drive to the site and drive around the site to the extent I could to get a better idea of exactly where the project is located. Okay, nothing further, then we're ready to turn to staff for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Cooney, members of the Commission. My name is Shannon Reese, and I am here today to present the Ranch at Orchid Senior Housing Development Project for your consideration. The project site is on a portion of Keysite 17 in the Orchid Community Plan area, and it's located in the southern part of Old Orchid. Site's bounded by Rice Ranch Road and Keysite 13 to the south, the existing Stonegate Tract to the west, Soares Avenue and a number of existing single-family dwellings to the north, and Orchid Union School District facilities to the east, including the existing Oasis Center, as Commissioner Park mentioned. This slide shows the site and surrounding area. The subject property is zoned residentially for 20 units per acre, and there's a small lot planned residential zoning for 8 units per acre to the west, that's the Stonegate Tract, as well as professional and institutional zoning to the east, and some 8-unit per acre residential zoning where the existing bus maintenance yard is here. To the north, it's 7R1, built out with single-family homes already. And to the south is low-density design residential zoning, and it's currently developed with a church and a single-family dwelling, although the Orchid Community Plan anticipates the potential for additional residential development there. I should note, too, that the site is close to the Old Orchid core pedestrian area, which is shown to the north in pink on this graphic. To provide some background on the history of this key site, back in 1997, the OCP was adopted, and it identified this particular portion of Key Site 17 as an appropriate location for higher density senior housing. Then in July of 2009, the property owner, Orchid Union School District, initiated a general plan amendment to amend the land use designation of the property from residential 8 units per acre to residential 20 units per acre, specifically for senior housing development, with the corresponding rezone as well. And that was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2013. And the SEIR at the time evaluated worst case scenario build out for that development on the site, and that was certified at that time as well. Now we have a senior housing development proposed that offers a continuum of care with a senior residential care facility, independent living units, employee housing, a care center for residents, and a daycare facility for local children and the children of employees. So to give an overview of what the proposed project would look like, let me get my laser pointer on. We have the senior residential care facility, which is the largest building here, and that includes 115 beds in 103 rooms, and some of the rooms are specifically for memory care. Then we have 48 independent living apartments with a manager living on site as well. Then here we've got 18 semi-detached independent living units, and there are existing single-family dwellings on this side. So we've got 4 fourplexes that are 2-story here, but the duplex that's closest to those existing single-family dwellings is just single-story. And we also have 20 employee apartments here. And those could be used as independent living units for seniors if there would otherwise be unit vacancy. So obviously the applicant doesn't want units to sit open when people could be served by them. The project also includes a request for a 36 student or child daycare here. And the developer in their project description emphasized an intergenerational care model that this project element is central to. There's also a proposed care center here, and that would function as a private residential recreation facility for residents and would not be available for use by the general public. Oops. Okay. Lastly, but not least, there's also a Park for All component here with accessible play equipment that would adjoin an existing public park here. And the applicant is required to dedicate an easement for public use of the park, consistent with a site-specific policy in the Orchid Community Plan. And because of the amenities that are included in the park that will be open to the public, and also because of a private maintenance association will be responsible for maintaining the park for the life of the project, the Parks Commission voted 4-0 to support a 50% fee reduction as a part of the project approval. The PC will ultimately decide on that fee reduction percentage and approve the reduction that they find appropriate. 50% is the maximum allowable reduction and what the Parks Commission recommends. Oops, sorry about that. So this is a close-up of the park for all. It's rotated clockwise by 90 degrees here. And there are a number of facilities proposed, including a pickleball court, the accessible equipment, picnicking facilities, a restroom, and bocce ball. This one's a little bit difficult to see, but this is I'm going to talk a little bit about the proposed entitlements, and this is the phased development plan. So for all the project components as well as the associated infrastructure and landscaping, there are going to be 3 main phases essentially. So the first phase is phases 1A and B, and they cover the northern portion of the site, so you can kind of see it's demarcated with this boulder line weight. And as a part of the first phase, they'll also be doing the landscape screening that's required and some of the infrastructure work outside of this polygon to comply with applicable requirements for screening and to be sensitive to the neighbors. The phase 2 will include the remaining senior housing and additional site work outside of that polygon, and phase 3 will include the employee housing building. The proposed project also includes 3 minor conditional use permits. The first is for the senior residential care facility, and the elevation for that is shown here. The second is for the monument signage at the 3 proposed driveway entrances, and the applicant is seeking a modification to reduce the front setbacks at these driveway entrances by 3.5 feet, so that the signs can be placed 16.5 feet away from the property line rather than 20 feet away. The third minor conditional use permit is for the proposed non-residential daycare facility, and the applicant is seeking 2 modifications for that facility. The first is to increase the number of students from 30 to 36, and the second is to allow for a larger daycare building and play area. And those requested modifications are discussed in detail in the staff report. And this project is eligible for processing pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act. And under that act, an eligible housing development project that is consistent with objective standards cannot be disapproved or conditioned to a lower density unless there's a specific adverse impact on public health or safety, and there's no feasible way to mitigate that impact or avoid it. And as conditioned, the project is consistent with all applicable objective regulations, policies, and development standards in the comprehensive plan, including the Orchid Community Plan, and in the Land Use and Development Code. As for environmental review, prior to the adoption of the OCP, the county certified the OCP EIR. And then when this project came in originally in 2009 to initiate the general plan amendment and rezone, additional future development on the subject property was again reviewed in a subsequent environmental impact report. And that was that SEIR was certified in February of 2014, and it included site-specific analysis of the proposed increased land use designation and zoning designation to go to 20 units per acre on the site. And as a part of that analysis, they looked at and analyzed the reasonable maximum development that could occur under that proposed GPA and rezone. So for the current project, staff prepared an addendum to reflect the changes and additions from the project described in that certified SEIR, and none of the applicable conditions for a CEQA guidelines section 15162 calling for the preparation of a subsequent EIR or negative declaration have occurred. The addendum is included as attachment C to the staff report. And to summarize, the proposed project is within the scope of the project that was analyzed in the SEIR, and the proposed development would result in reduced impacts as compared to the previously analyzed project. It's discussed at length in the addendum, but in summary, the proposed project includes a lower project footprint, a reduced project footprint. Fewer trips are generated. No third-story elements are included, which is what was contemplated in that SEIR, and the site is laid out to preserve public view sheds of the Solomon and Casmelia Hills. So based upon the project's consistency with all applicable objective regulations, policies, and development standards, and the ability to make the required findings, including CEQA findings, staff recommends that your commission follow the procedures outlined in these 2 slides to approve the project. That completes my presentation, and staff is available for questions. We also have the applicant team here. Marcia Santry is the agent, Trevor Tate's the developer. We have a number of other individuals from that team here as well. And we also have George Amoon and Jeff Lindgren from County Parks available, and Will Robertson from the Public Works Transportation Division.
Ms. Reese, thank you very much. I'm sure you have raised some questions. Any commissioner questions or comments of Ms. Reese? Commissioner Freeney?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Cooney. Great presentation, very to the point. It's a beautiful project as well. It's very much needed in our community. Couple questions on the parking to the north. Is any of that available? Is that public available, or is it all private for the project?
Commissioner Farini, through the chair, the parking is for private use by the residents and occupants of the project.
Okay, so when visitors come in, how will they park?
Yeah, thank you. For the park, this section here I can show will be a part of the easement to provide some accessible and standard parking stalls for the users of the park.
For the users of the park, but then for the guests of the residents of the facility, is there on-site parking prescribed for them?
Commissioner Farini, through the chair, yes, as a part of the parking calculations for senior housing, visitor stalls are included in that count. So there's definitely adequate parking available for visitors.
Okay, the community is very parking challenged, so it's important that we...
Yeah, Commissioner Farini, through the chair, the total number of spaces required for this type of project is 144, and they're providing 233 spaces. So
Awesome.
they're far enough away.
Big win. Great.
Above.
And then this one's, so this is the school district's property, right? So when the project's done, will it pay county property taxes to the county, or is it exempt because it's part of the school district?
Perhaps the applicant is best served to answer that question.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Farini, Commissioner Park, questions?
Yes, I want to focus on the park, and that doesn't mean that I don't like the project. I really like this project, and it's a wonderful project. I just want to do a tweak, but I want to ask some questions first. Ms. Reese, on your staff report, and I direct you to the page number, but I can't see any page numbers on mine, and maybe I just don't see them, but section 4.6, on the Park DIMF reduction request, at the bottom of the printed page, it speaks to the Planning Commission's discretion or role with regard to this. And I feel like I joined the Planning Commission yesterday, but I think it's been about 5 years or 4 anyway. And I can't remember us acting on this kind of thing before, so excuse my ignorance. But could you elaborate on what the Planning Commission's role is here?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Park, it's true that there isn't a fee reduction request very often through the Parks Commission. The last one I can think of was when Rice Ranch was amended in 2015. But ultimately, it is the Planning Commission's decision for how much to grant, and the Parks Commission is making a recommendation to the Commission.
Now, your presentation didn't speak to Parks Division staff's recommendation, but I think it's referred to in here somewhere, and that is that it be a 30% credit on the fees and not a 50%, correct?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Park, that's correct. That was their initial recommendation, and I believe they're here today too if you have specific questions for them.
Yeah, and I've had a discussion with them as well. And I've got to apologize to the applicant and to staff. I meant to come early and discuss some of my thoughts on this ahead of time, but I was literally locked out of the building. My pass wouldn't get me in, so I had to wait for security to come get me, wondering what that irritating old man was doing outside the window waving at him. Let me have you go to, well, first, let me ask, there's references to demand level 1, demand level 2, demand level 3. The references I see to what those mean are in Appendix J of your report within the packet that was given to the Parks Commission. Is it somewhere else, or am I in the right place for that?
That's correct. The Parks Commission packet includes the guidelines for determining park fee reductions in it, and that was attachment J to the staff report.
And basically it goes, if you have 4 demand level 1 aspects, then you get a 50% credit. If you have 3 and 1 demand level 2, a 40%, and 2 demand level 2 1s and 1 demand level 3, it's 30%, that kind of thing, correct?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Park, that's correct. And we did receive an email from Parks planning staff that they, since the preparation of the staff report and their Parks Commission meeting, that they would consider the pickleball court to be demand level 1 because of increased demand for that sport all over the country.
Well, and because it's a hard court, not a soft court, and they are well defined. There are official sizes for pickleball courts and so forth. I should share that when we had our workshop a year ago, and we discussed some lofty things like countywide trail projects and whatnot, what the seniors in attendance wanted to talk about was pickleball courts, okay? But I should also share that that then caused me to go wander around the county looking at pickleball courts and pickleball facilities so I understood them. And what I saw was that where there were pickleball court facilities, and there was a brand new one at Hans Christian Andersen Park in Solvang, you would either see nobody there or you'd see a herd of people. And seniors play together in crowds at pickleball. They have little informal tournaments and so forth. It's not like mom and dad go and play a game together. It's always 4 people on the court and 20 more outside cheering them on and so forth. And it's just that kind of thing. It's going to be a very popular thing. But I firmly believe that 1 pickleball court is not enough. So I'd like you to go to L4, landscaping L4 on the plans, which I think is appendix, I forgot what appendix that is. Or do you have a better slide for the park? Well, I thought you had a slide earlier that showed the park. Oh, there you go, perfect. And the pickleball court's over to the left, right, just below the center? There you go. Okay. And what I'm going to suggest, and I want to know if it's within our discretion to suggest this, and I want the applicant to listen carefully and comment on this, is that you're getting a credit as a demand level 1 aspect for the TOTS playground, which is important and it's appropriate and will be very well received in the community. You're getting one for the group picnic area, and it's because they're identified as demand level 1. I note with a little degree of cynicism that if one tours all the parks in the county, you find underused group picnic areas everywhere, and I think it's because they're demand level 1 projects and they get built in. I think this one could be shaved a little bit and moved into the turf over to the east. Yep, there, you're going in the right direction. Find some room for it, shave it a little bit, and you could double up the pickleball court, okay? And you would have a much more popular project, because I don't want all the residents that I talk to in Orchid, and I do classes there at the senior center a couple of times a month, and we do cooking classes out in the parking lot, and they're all going to bug me and say, Parks was really skimpy. They only provided 1 pickleball court. Or the developer was really skimpy. They only gave us 1. Or Commissioner Park, why'd you do such a bad job? You didn't ask for another pickleball court. So what I'm going to ask you to do is double up the pickleball court. And I think because you have 2 pickleball courts and the tot zone and the moved, relocated group area, and because this is going to be a park that's basically dedicated in perpetuity and has a public easement over it, that warrants the full 50% Quimby fee reduction that Parks Commission recommended, but staff did not. And I believe from my conversations with Parks Division staff, they would now support the full 50% Quimby fee reduction if you would do this. But is this the kind of thing we can vote on here? Is what the amount of that Quimby fee reduction is, if I'm understanding this?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Park, it is at the Planning Commission's discretion. What I might want to direct to the Parks team here is whether or not the Parks Commission has to make a recommendation on whatever is changed in this site plan. That I would need to direct to them.
Well, that's a good question. But anyway, I've certainly discussed it with staff, and now you're aware of this. I wished I'd been able to tell you before, but I didn't. And I'll stop hijacking the hearing and let us go on with these other things.
I know, Commissioner Park, you study these items very carefully and need to get it out of your system before we move on, so.
I know, I think it'll shorten the process.
Okay. Other commissioner questions of staff?
I do.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry. I'm looking in the wrong place.
That's okay.
Commissioner
I
Bridley.
just turned it on because Commissioner Park prompted a question. So when this is dedicated, who pays for the maintenance of this year in and year out? Is that a Parks budget, or is the applicant on the hook for that?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Bradley, what's proposed for this particular project, since it's not a dedication and fee of the park to the county, is that a private maintenance agreement would be in place, and the applicant would be responsible for maintaining for the life of the project.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Freeney, is that you? No, okay, that's me. Commissioner Parquez is moving.
Is my light on?
Yep, just push it forward. There we go. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, we have something more.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, I just want to add that in this area, there is a retention basin proposed right around here. So that could be a constraint potentially in reconfiguring. It's just a tight park, so I would want the applicant to be able to address that, yeah.
Okay, do you have a comment, Commissioner Park?
Just one last thing, and I apologize for not making it earlier. I think that this is a very complicated project. It's taken years and years to work it out, and that's to the credit of the applicant, but also the credit of you, Ms. Reese, and Mr. Sewards, everybody who's been involved in preparing this staff report. It's extensive, but it really is clear, and I just wanted to appreciate that and let you hear that.
Okay,
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair, this submittal that was on our desk.
I've
is
got that.
So is that coming up?
We'll take that up.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Reese, anything else right now?
No, thank you, Chair Cooney.
Okay, so we will move to the applicant's presentation.
Okay, sorry. So we've got the applicant. Is this the right one? Okay, and then, sorry. So this is the video when it's time, right below. I'll just have it queued up behind. Yeah, perfect. Okay.
All right. Well, okay, can everybody hear me okay? Let's see, there we go. Okay. So, first of all, I just want to, Chairman and Commissioners, I just want to say what an honor it is to be here and how grateful we are for this opportunity to deliver this project. It's, and people have alluded to the collaboration and the hard work that's gone into this. And so I'm Trevor Tate, by the way. I'm the managing partner of Tate and Associates, and we're a family business. So I'm the third generation. My grandfather started the company in 1964, and we've grown and diversified quite a bit over the years. But we're a real estate development and engineering company, and we formed. We were very intentional at every step of the way through this process, from first of all pursuing this opportunity to where we are today, and a big part of that was the design and the team. And I want to mention we'll hear from Aaron Clark with Lenity Architecture. He's the managing partner at Lenity Architecture, and they're this is what they do is senior care and senior living, and it's a specialty design, and so. We're super fortunate to have Lenity with us, and then CDPC Landscape Architecture it led the design on the landscape plan, and they've done a tremendous job. I believe Jim Baldovin, who's the principal, is on Zoom with us as well. When we were deciding to go after this, there were really two key factors, I think, looking back, and first of all was the size and the location of the site. It's a really it's a large site, 9.5 acres, and it's in a wonderful location right in the heart of Orcutt. And we felt like with the size of the site, we could really deliver a true campus and a true community. with our plan. And the second and the really the key part of this is the partnership with Orcutt Union School District. We believe, and we've felt this for a long time in this model of intergenerational care, and our partnership with the school district and the senior care campus. When you talk about senior care, really we feel like the number one real killer is loneliness, and so at every step of the way from the design planning process, we were talking about this model of intergenerational care and how we could bring seniors and kids together through very meaningful and intentional programming. And we feel like this can really be a model for other school districts across the country. We brought in, we were also very intentional about our operating partner. We brought in an operating partner in Calson Management, who family business where their operators have really grown up in senior care and actually lived that model as kids. So we're really excited. We really value the feedback, and we're excited to share. I'm going to introduce Aaron Clark, who's going to share our plan in much more detail with you all, and then I'm sure we'll have more questions and that type of thing. So Aaron, you want to come up and present the plan?
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair.
Good morning.
My name is Aaron Clark with Lenity Architecture. Lenity Architecture specializes in senior housing, as Trevor mentioned. Over the past 30 years, it's a second generation from what was Curry Architecture, and over 30 years, the company's been fortunate enough to build and develop over 300 retirement facilities across the United States. So it really is a core part of our business. So I'm very, very excited to be standing here and helping create this vision for the community, because it means a lot to us and it's part of our core business. So in speaking to, just in regards to one of the comments regarding housing before, one thing that's very valuable in regards to senior housing in terms of density is that it does open up housing within the community once residents move out. It's also very important that once that these needed communities are provided so that family members can actually visit and be close by. So this will serve Orcutt families and residences into the future, and also open up housing. So I'm not as fancy as Shannon, so I'm not sure how to do the laser pointer, but I wanted to quickly give you the quick overview. Obviously a very complex project, but some of the key features that we considered when we were thinking about the project and the design. You can see that per the EIR, there was the one-story massing that was required on Soares Avenue, and that's been provided. The park adjacent the existing park, we've been through extensive conversations about connectivity and opening it up to make sure that it flows and blends. As Shannon mentioned, there's a one-story cottage to the west of the project, and that was provided, as you can see, to create sensitivity to the existing single-family residences. And then what we did is we created the idea of the vehicular loop with the pure intention of trying to create a pedestrian-orientated center for the campus. And our design was very driven behind making sure that pedestrians had safe access, safe walking through the site, and so that was a key component to the actual site design, was creating this buffer. It did two things. It created a pedestrian center, but it also created exceptional setbacks for the project and for the neighbors. You can see how the building massing and form essentially steps. The cottages are broken up into smaller units, kind of representing this kind of single-family model. As it kind of flows back, we cited the assisted living and the independent living building and the workforce housing to the south west. So you can also see some of the pedestrian-orientated features that we're putting in here in terms of gateways and nodes, and that will be illuminated in the animation. You can see at the heart of it was the care center. You'll notice in the animation the care center's architectural articulation is more contemporary. That was very purposeful because we wanted to have it speak to the future. We feel that this being the heart of the campus, not only geographically in terms of the heart of the campus, but also in terms of its architectural design, speaking to the future. So you can see that the design was built, and a lot of it is pedestrian friendly. You can see that the daycare center, there's a lot of informal spaces, formal axes that were created on the design that can connect the daycare center with the open plaza, with the care center. You can see how the assisted living common area connects to the care center, and it just creates an opportunity for gatherings both inside and outside of the care center. And then as we move further south on the site, the axis is still there. You can see these kind of axes and nodes through the site, but we kind of broke them and made them a little bit more informal relative to the pathways, etc. Gave it a more natural setting, and so that really speaks to kind of like the big picture design aspects. We intentionally housed the service area for the assisted living and memory care between the two buildings and away from the residences, so that that service could be provided in this southeast corner, for the project. So with that, I'd like to step to the animation, and as the saying goes, picture tells 1,000 words. I'll pause here every so often to explain some of the design features. So here's a 3D still of the Play for All Park with the bocce court and the pickleball court, the covered meeting area, and then the informal meeting areas right here with the public restrooms. You can see the single-story cottage and the daycare center here in the distance. Once again, as mentioned, these parking stalls will be allocated for the park within the easement. We cited you can see that this is the kids' play area. We cited that specifically adjacent to the playground as well, so as opportunities arrive for coming and going within the facility. The building designs, the daycare center is old world, turn of the century. We studied the old plan design guidelines to make sure that we were being sensitive to all those requirements, and we felt like this was a nice homage to kind of the turn of the world daycare. This is a main pedestrian access gateway that is Soares Avenue is behind us, and it's one of the main pedestrian access. The pavement will be enhanced to prioritize pedestrians' access into that. And it kind of shows the concept of access here and wayfinding. You can see the large fountain. I know this is a relatively small campus. It's still large, but I mean in terms of big picture stuff. But it's always hard when people get lost sometimes. So we tried to give some points and wayfinding elements to let people find their way through the campus. And here is the assisted living building that opens out into the plaza and adjacent the care building. I forgot to mention, this is a little map here that shows where the project is actually moving through. So we're coming now past the two-story cottages. And you can see, once again, the concept of axes. We created a tower element on the independent living building. And here you can see the architectural style and the change in the care center. We went with a very contemporary concept to make sure that, like I mentioned, it speaks to the future. As you can see here, this is the walking up the senior cottages and then the workforce housing. And we wanted to create great buildings and experience, but we wanted to create activity outside. So these courtyards were very critical to the design. We also created a deck on the workforce housing that acts as public space. If you can imagine life up here with the barbecue, etc., while people down here are kind of mingling around, just add some life to the courtyard. Kind of walking through, once again, the care center building. Of important note here, I'll pause. During the design process, we did step the building and the site, and this building, the independent living building, was 3 stories. We felt it was appropriately sited away from Soares Avenue and from the single-family residential. During feedback from the neighbors and during the NBAR reviews, there was concern. So the design team, the developer, operations went back and looked at it. Could it work? Could the project still be feasible? And working through it, it turns out it was, and we made the decision to eliminate that 3rd floor. Additionally, there were concerns in the neighborhood meetings regarding drainage on the southwesternly side of the property. We've provided a 20-foot buffer, landscape buffer, oversized setbacks on the single-story cottage, and all of the civil engineering and the grading that will occur will address that. So that's an issue that we kind of worked through with the neighbors. You can see here the space that's created. This is coming into the courtyard between the assisted living building and the independent living building. And then this animation once again starts on the Rice Ranch roadside. And once again, you can see that concept of gateway, pedestrian paving, prioritizing the pedestrian experience. The workforce housing is to the left. And as we kind of roll along, this is the independent living building. In terms of the design standards, we're using brick, stone, stucco. Another comment that was received during the process was the idea of human scale. So we added in single-story roof elements during the design process to really, once again, enhance that pedestrian experience along the exterior of the facades, especially on some of these longer facades. As you can see here, this is the independent living building coming up to the assisted living building. This is facing the Oasis Center and the school district property. Once again, you can see elements of the stone, the lap siding, and the and that concludes my presentation, and I am available for, I hope I didn't miss anything, team, but I am available for questions and comments with the team as needed.
Great. Presentation, Mr. Clark. Thank you. And do
Don't go away.
you have questions?
I do.
Okay. Commissioner Bryden.
I just had a question. Yeah, it looks like a great project. The pavers through the central, all your axial features, are those wide enough for emergency vehicles, or are they just very wide because of pedestrian comfort?
They are, There will be, and this was specifically designed also to, there's a fire code rule regarding fire hose lay for 150 feet. So what we did is, you can see that we have these nubs that are coming in to the property here, here. So this will be a fire lane, and they actually are oversized for that reason,
Okay.
Commissioner
Because
Bradley. Yes.
in the video, it almost looked like the folks would be walking on a country lane, if you will. So,
Yes.
because it's probably, what, like a 20-foot cross-section?
Yes, 20
Okay.
feet, yes.
All right, thank you.
And that's a very good comment. I think there's definitely things we could maybe think about in terms of articulation of the pavement to make it interesting, and rather than just a large
Yeah,
expanse. So,
I mean,
nice comment.
as long as, so folks walking along that, it would only be during an emergency that they would be used. It wouldn't be for interior access to the whole property. right?
Absolutely correct. Yes, yes.
Commissioner Park.
Yes, there are three things I want to ask about or draw attention to. One, I appreciated Mr. Tate's reference to folks being lonely and dealing with that. And I think the mixture that's going to occur of community residents, including young ones, and people living at the senior center in the park is going to be a wonderful feature. I mean, a wonderful feature. And beyond that, I've come to appreciate Old Town Orchid as this really great place to visit and to walk in. I even led a walk, and I'm not sure who asked me to do it, but it was a year ago or so, throughout the area. And I think that your residents are going to love walking through Old Town Orchid, and they'll mix with people and mix with the community, and that's so good for the elderly folks. So you should be proud of that. But sir, while you're up there on the architecture, which I think is wonderful, how you've broken up things with design elements that are otherwise large facades. But your longest facade is on the east side, correct?
Correct.
And right across the parking area, it's really all industrial, isn't it? Or industrial office type things?
Correct. Yes.
So what the residents on Soares see, well, they've got that buffer of the parking area and then some single-story buildings.
Correct.
And so the only folks that are really impacted by this big, long facade, which you've broken up so well anyway with design elements, are those that are in kind of industrial-type uses on the east.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
yeah.
And that was intentional. You could see how it almost like it's grouped and massed at the bottom corner, and then it kind of starts to break up. in
So
the
I'm just
northeast.
curious on the architecture here.
Yes.
Tell me this isn't just sort of a carbon copy thing of something you've done elsewhere. This is, because it looks so good to me that I
This
hope
is-
it's designed for the site. And
This is certainly not a carbon copy. There's a lot of intention in terms of siding the massing, and you can actually, if you could imagine the independent living building 3 stories, you could see that you've got the park, you've got 1-story elements, you've got 2-story elements, and then you've got a 3-story corner. So it was definitely not carbon copy, definitely a lot of thought and consideration and analysis was brought on. Not only, and to the point, it's so complicated, you could just touch on just a small amount, but service access, everything that goes into a site design like this was definitely intricately thought out.
Okay, so the last thing I want to focus on
Yes.
is the workforce housing. And by the way, that goes back to mixture with the elderly people living there. If there's workforce housing, then they'll mix with a younger crowd that's working there, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
But if you came here all the time, you'd realize that I always talk about workforce housing. I sneak it into every discussion.
Okay.
And I'm just curious, why are you providing workforce housing here? Are you required to by some policy, or is it a voluntary thing? If it's voluntary, could you speak to why you wanted to do it?
It is, would you like, yeah, I can speak to it. It is voluntary. And a part of the reason in terms of creating the idea of campus was creating elements of even sustainability. The fact that you could have someone that works right next door, they could potentially walk to downtown Orchid and have dinner. They could come down. They've got the playground for the children. They could drop their kids off to the daycare and then go to work at the senior center and then come back, have lunch at home. it was all about, it was very intentional, and it wanted to give more purpose to the campus rather than just packing it full of residential homes and creating just density. We wanted to create like a mini community that helps Orchid in the whole. So I think that was definitely intentional as well.
Well, I like your use of the word campus. I wish where I went to school, UCSB and UCLA, had more of a campus feel like this did.
Yes.
And I think you've captured that. I think that folks will really appreciate that. So how many people will be housed? How many employees?
There are 20 units.
And that would include their families?
There's studios in one bed, and that's a conversation we were having as the design team and the developer.
Small families.
It's small families, you know. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a stroke of genius, and I wish we required this of every project in this county. When we approve a project, that we have housing on site, and it's one way to deal with our housing stuff. But I should shut up
Yes.
about this because Mr. Cooney wants to go on with the hearing. But
Thank you.
very good job. You should go home at night and go to bed thinking you did a good
Thank
thing.
you. That's wonderful.
Okay, we've got lots of business here today.
One more.
Commissioner Farini's ready.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair Cooney. Real quick, in the 115-bed unit and the 48 unit senior independent, are there elevators in there?
There are. Yes.
Okay. And how many in each building?
There will be 2 to 3 in the assisted living building, and there will be a minimum of probably 2 in the the independent living building will have 2. The
Excellent.
assisted living building will have 2 to 3. It depends sometimes on, it just depends on where some of the program elements in the building are laid out.
Right.
This will have definitely 2. So
Thank you.
Commissioner Park?
Yeah,
Last-
I'm sorry. I brought up the pickleball court, and then no one ever asked you what you think. And I don't know if the right time or not, but if we can get you a 50% Quimby fee credit, will you double up the pickleball court?
Well, we're going to have this on the record.
Deliberation?
So I like that idea with the 2 pickleball courts. I would want to definitely talk with the engineering team about the retention basin and availability of just space, and if we can make that, because there is a very intentional plan with the pedestrian movement, and I wouldn't want to. I'd want to work with the landscape architect and the engineer if we're able to kind of accomplish the similar intent that I think we've captured with the current plan with 2 courts. I'd be open to that, but I'm just not sure if that's. We'd have to look at it. Is how I'd put it. I mean,
I'd like to vote for a 50% credit instead of a 30% that park staff was recommending. So the sooner you can have that discussion, I'd like to have it so I could vote.
great, got it.
Thanks.
Okay, Marcia, would you want to add to that or?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Great idea. We really thought about it early on when we switched it from the half basketball court over to the pickleball court. And it was a lot of dynamics going back and forth with staff, as you can imagine. We would love to do it. I mean, we really like this idea. We just want to figure out how to make the space work. We're trying to make this one of the best parks the county can be proud of for a long time. Bringing in that parking, having the long-term maintenance, those were big elements. The ordinance doesn't do anything for those. Maybe when you guys do your next charrette over that, you can think about that. But yeah, we really appreciate it. And I think there's probably a way that we can get it done. Does it look exactly the same? Probably not. It's just moving the Lego pieces around and rebuilding something. So, yeah. I don't know if you have any other questions for me. Okay. Just on park.
I'm checking in because we're getting different contributors, which is perfect, but just want to know about how much time is left for the applicant's presentation.
Oh, we're done. We're
Oh, okay.
finished. We're into Q&A for you guys.
Okay,
So,
fantastic. Well, then what we're going to do is have a break. We've been here since 9, so let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 25 minutes to the hour. We're back on the record now. We are on the ranch at Orchid Senior Housing Development, item number 1 on our agenda. And we're about to turn to public comment. I had one housekeeping issue. We received a very lengthy presentation from Mitchell M. Tsai, attorney at law, which was delivered to us this morning as we arrived, and I'm sure none of us have had a chance to review it. So we have to go through the formality of determining whether this will be admitted into the record. Mr. Villalobos, did you happen to count the pages?
I believe the count was, it
270.
was between 277.
277 pages. So it was way beyond our capability to absorb this and rely on it for anything in the presentation. If Mr. Tsai is planning on public comment today, he should take into account that we've not read his submission. Does anyone on the commission feel as though we should take further consideration on that issue? I don't see anyone disagreeing. Mr. Commissioner Park?
You know, I want to speak with the memory of Dan Blau, that not only am I not going to pipe up and make the motion to approve it, I want to say unequivocally, no, I don't want this admitted to the record, and I think it's inappropriate and against our policies. And I don't know if Mr. Tsai's listed for public comment or not.
He's not.
Then I think that's sort of an insult to injury thing, however that goes, because if it's not important enough to speak to, then it shouldn't be considered important enough for us to read 277 pages. And if you all think we should, then I think Mr. Freeney should read it over lunch and then summarize it for the rest of us as a 4th District representative. But unless he's willing to do that, I would not possibly entertain admitting this to the record.
Mr. Villalobos took a look and at the list of public speakers waiting, and there is someone from the client of Mr. Tsai who is in the waiting room, so we may hear more about it. Okay. You ready to proceed with public comment?
And just to clarify, just in case there's any ambiguity there, so without an affirmative motion to accept that into the record, it is not in the Planning Commission's record. So
That's
with
correct.
that, we'll go to public comment, and our first speaker will be Manley McNinch.
Are you going to?
Yes, good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your time this morning. I want to start out. I live in Orchid. I live about 2 miles away from where the project's going in, and it's a pretty impressive project. It's definitely something that could be used in the area. With that being said, we're going to have a lot of impacts during the construction where it's going to be bringing additional pollutions into the air and a lot more congestion in the area and on the roads and everything. Everything's going to, in the general area, be impacted by the project. With that being said, there's ways to mitigate the additional traffic that would be involved. And historically, it's the construction forces that'll come in from out of the area, the folks building the projects. And if the county or local municipalities that are in charge of these projects would just start implementing local hire clauses into these projects. And on projects like this, I'm not sure if it's going to fall under prevailing wage or not, being that it's partnering with the school district, and school districts, any property they own has been purchased with taxpayer money. So I'm not sure how that falls. But if it is under prevailing wage, that's definitely going to help the workforce in the area to be able to actually be able to afford to rent one of these places when they're built. Because as it is right now, about 80% of the projects that go up in Santa Maria Orchid area, the folks that are building them can't even afford to live there when they're done because the wages are so low, and they have no kind of health benefits or anything are provided. And if we could get local hire and accredited apprenticeship requirements put into this, it would start building the pay rates up higher to where folks could actually afford to live in something they're building and not have to put 2 and 3 families in one to be able to afford it. That's one of the biggest problems. And there's a few other projects that are going on in Orchid area right now, and it's the same thing, that they're going to end up having 2 and 3 families in the units just to be able to afford to live in them. And there's ways to mitigate all this, and we definitely love the opportunity to work with the developer on it. I think it's a good project. I like it. Just like to be able, to see the people that are building these things be able to afford to live in them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McNinch. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, just for Mr. McNinch, I think your comments are really well articulated. I'm glad you participated. And I'd like to hear more about your ideas. For me, it's just kind of like late on this project to be learning much. But whether it's for this project or some project that'll come up in the future, I'd love to hear from you and hear more about your thoughts on mitigating the concerns you have. I appreciate it.
I'd welcome the opportunity to, sit down, maybe go have a cup of coffee or something and talk it over with you. It'd be very appreciated.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it soon.
I will reach out to you a little bit later today and start making arrangements.
Okay. Are you taking into account the speakers in the room too? Okay.
All right, our next set of speakers will be from the school district. It was requested to call these in a certain order. We'll start with those in Santa Maria. So our first speaker will be Sharon McColland Klempen.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak on this issue. I was the former superintendent of the Orchid School District in 2005 when we began this project. And the first goal actually was to find some way to fund our maintenance and operations in the district for our children and have an ongoing stream of funds. The vision, as it turned out, was to also try to integrate seniors with our children, because the seniors have a lot to offer and our children have a lot to offer. So we're very excited about this opportunity and really hoping that it goes forward at this point. We appreciate Dr. Eads and her team and the architects and everyone. The project looks amazing, and I think will provide our original goal and vision for both the community and the school district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we could hear you, but it looks like there's just one speaker in the room, so hopefully subsequent speakers will get as close as they can to that speaker on the table. Next speaker.
Our next speaker, also in Santa Maria, is Bob Klempen, to be followed by Sean Henderson.
Yes. Let me know if you can't hear me, okay?
Why didn't they interrupt me?
I will. You sound good, Mr. Clampett.
Does it sound good? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity that the superintendent has allowed me to come and speak. And my role in this project was I was the interim assistant superintendent for finance in the school district. And I was charged with the responsibility of leading a district committee to vet all the RFPs and the subsequent firms that were applying for this project. And I want to just mention a couple of things on the rigor that they had to go through and ultimately selecting the best choice, which was Tate and Associates. We had a ground level committee made up of community members, staff members, board members, and a group of specialists that dealt with projects of this magnitude and intricacies. We did two major components. Basically, looking at the RFPs, how they matched with the objectives. You talk about not being a carbon copy of something. We developed objectives very specific to the district and to how it impacts our students and staff. And so we were very relentless in interviewing, taking a look at the body of work of all these clients out in the state and beyond, and then matching that to an objective-based tool to submit to the board. When we went to the board with the recommendation, they had the data in front of them. We did the interviews with all the firms. They saw that. They saw our evaluations of all the works that these clients have done. And it was a unanimous approval of Tate and Associates. And I want to say this, that I was proud to lead this project. I think we even got a round of applause in not only the process that this community went through to come to the board, but also for how Tate and Associates emerged. And I would say this, I've been retired for 12 years, and I would love to come back and work with this company and what they're proposing, because it's going to make a difference. One of our primary objectives were the students. We talked about loneliness with seniors. Well, we have loneliness in schools, and everyone knows coming through the pandemics especially, our kids need live audiences to listen to them perform in the arts, to listen to them read at elementary levels, to really tie in with technology. This district looked at technology, developed an innovation center that not only will prepare our students, our staff, but also our seniors and our community. So I look at this as a tremendous win for both, not only now, but in the future, because our opportunities are unlimited. And we all have stories about relatives that have lived in senior living where they were lonely. And so we want to integrate them. And today is Pearl Harbor Day. Wouldn't it be tremendous to have our band in that quad area leading them in patriotic songs? Well, some of our seniors are telling personal stories about their family members that were in the war. I mean, it's just unlimited. It brings tears to my eyes. So I just want to thank the commission and the school district for moving forward with this project.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
I'll be brief for once. Excellent comments, sir, and I think that you've highlighted a point that's becoming very obvious to me here. Some of this shows the wisdom of the Orchid Community Plan that dates back 20 years, and they picked the right site and thought it through. But it's so wonderful to hear what your committee has done in the current day to think this one through and how it integrates with the community. And it shows the value of this kind of hybrid of citizens community planning with the professional planning from our P&D as well as the applicants. It's really a lovely thing to see.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, to just prepare everybody, I've got a watch that I'm going to keep looking at, and after 3 minutes, I'm going to remind the speaker, whoever it is, on the commission or not, that we need to move to the next speaker,
All right.
which is...
Our last speaker in Santa Maria is Sean Henderson, and then we'll come down to Santa Barbara with start with Sandra Knight to be followed by Holly Eds.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Keep looking
So,
at that speaker, if you will.
Okay, yeah. So my name's Sean Henderson. I'm a school board member from the Orchid Union School District. I can think back to April this year when my mother had a stroke. I remember trying to find a quality care facility for her. I need to relocate her from Cottage Hospital to a facility near my home. Cottage Hospital want this done right away, and everyone I called had no room. This is what so many people in our community are running into currently, not being able to find a quality care facility to place their elderly parents or loved ones. This new care facility in front of you today would fill so many needs for our community, provide so many types of care as well. You know, I spoke to a friend the other day who had to place their mother in a NAPOMO facility. This is the closest place they could find. This adds an additional 45 minutes round trip to her day as she goes to visit her mom, then drives back to make dinner for her family. Not only will this facility provide needed quality care, but will also generate streaming income for our school district for years to come. Income needed to bridge the gap from what the state provides to what is needed for our district. These funds are needed to improve our facilities for our children. Our school district is always looking ways to improve our schools, whether it's adding outdoor learning areas with shade structures, replacing 20-year-old playgrounds, bringing improvements to our Los Alamos campus has been a priority lately because it has not seen updates in a lot of ways for over 40 years. We have slowly been updating this campus with Wi-Fi technology, HVAC, improvements in plumbing, electrical, and more. This campus is still in need of updating and funds to do it. Safety security is also in need of updating with our schools. Energy conservation is being evaluated, and funds are needed to handle updates to electrical, HVAC, water controls, and many others. This new facility can not only bring quality care to citizens in our community, but also stream funds to support our school and facilities. I appreciate your time and support for this project. This facility is in the right place at the right time. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, for sticking to your time. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Sandra Knight, to be followed by Holly Eds.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sandra Knight, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for the school district. We see our partnership with Tate and this project as being mutually beneficial. In addition to providing much-needed senior housing and child care facilities for the community, this project will give the district the opportunity to provide hands-on instruction for our students. Given the project's proximity to several of our campuses, programming and collaboration between the various entities and populations we serve will be that much easier. While the district already has some career technical education classes, this project will give us the opportunity to expand our offerings to include classes in preschool work and programming. Some students don't have younger siblings or much interaction with young children to help them learn whether or not working with kids would be a career path that they want to pursue. A career technical educational class would help them learn whether or not this is the line of work that they want to pursue before spending years in college. This project will also provide opportunities for intergenerational programming, as has been mentioned previously, such as computer science classes where our students would be able to provide support to seniors to better access and use their devices and technology. We also have visual and performing arts students who would love to perform for additional audiences, including seniors and preschoolers. Just during the last couple of weeks, we've had our bands walking and practicing in the streets of Orchid for upcoming parades. It's been great to hear that music as we're working in the office. Lastly, this project would help to foster relationships between the different generations. Many students don't necessarily have their grandparents close by and might not have the opportunity to forge a relationship with someone from a different generation. There's always something to be learned from the older generation, and this would give our students the opportunity to learn and grow from the seniors in our community. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for coming down and sharing with us.
Well, good morning. We just want to thank you so much for hearing about our project. My name is Dr. Holly Eads. I'm the superintendent in the Orchid Union School District. And you've heard from earlier speakers about our district's journey for this project. This is my 19th year in the district, and to be able to watch this project from the inception to now has been exciting. Long, but exciting. As you've heard, we do have a need for additional revenue. We have a need in our community for senior housing. We've had 2 of our team members deal with this recently in placement, as you heard Mr. Henderson speak to. We
talk around the office about we're hopeful that this project, they'll have a special wing or area for Orchid employees in the district to be able to take advantage of it so that we can continue to stay together. You've heard about the need, or you are aware of the need for us to prepare our future workforce. The opportunities this program, this project also provides for our students to be able to for us to be able to create courses and partnerships with this facility. You've heard about teaching opportunities, computer science, visual and performing arts, also future pathways potentially in healthcare, in hospitality, culinary arts, and recreation for our students. In our opinion, this project is truly a shining example of the possibilities that exist when we intentionally create spaces where people can gather, where they can learn together, where they can support one another. And the research has shown the tremendous benefits to all of this. So the district, we are very excited about meeting a need in our community. We're excited about increased benefits for our students. We're really excited for the endless possibilities that this project holds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
And Ms. Eads was the last speaker slip I had for this item.
Do we have anyone else in the audience that wanted to address this project from the public? Did we get everybody? Okay, fantastic. So let's go back to the applicant for any rebuttal comments or final comments.
So I guess I would just say I actually got a little bit emotional hearing those comments and where we've been with this. Our company, we have a core value of kindness, and that's about treating others, doing things for others without the expectation of anything in return. And this. First of all, I want to talk about the staff and the professionalism of the staff and the kindness of working with the staff. I also want to mention the district, and we had a shared vision from really the get-go on this, and that was that's a powerful thing, and to be able to we want to be able to deliver everything that we're talking about here today. And I think with regards to rebuttal, I on the pickleball court, we could make that work. The two, if that was a preference, and I don't know from a process standpoint how we intend to do that, but we are flexible on that and can make that work if that's the direction that we decide to go. And it just tremendous gratitude for this opportunity and appreciation to all the teamwork to get here. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Excellent presentation and lots of contribution, partnership showing. So we'll go back to staff at this point. Ms. Reese, anything to suggest to the commission for deliberation?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, I don't have anything further to add, but perhaps a possibility for addressing the number of pickleball courts would be to perhaps modify the project description with the permission of the applicant to say 1 or 2 pickleball courts, so that they have the space to determine if it's feasible and don't have to go through any further processing in the future to add an additional court in.
That's a good suggestion. So the suggestion, as I understand it, is that we modify the project description to allow, even encourage the potential for doubling the number of pickleball courts, which would give them some opportunities in the future to add them and take advantage of any public funds that are available. Any other questions or comments for staff everybody's got the project well in mind, so we can move to deliberation. Who wants to start? Commissioner Farini, please.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Well, this project's been a long time coming. For the rezone, it came to the Planning Commission, what was it, 7 years ago, I think? It's been a while, and there's been a lot of effort. It's a great collaborative effort between the county, planning and development, the school district, the Tates, and their architect. That brings a lot. We have a firm that's designed 300 units, and I think our community gains from their knowledge and experience. So I'm ready to move forward to vote for the project with the added recommendation of P&D staff on the 1 or 2 pickleball courts. And I don't want to hold the project hostage. It's on a pickleball court. I would also recommend the 50% reduction. Speaking with staff on this project, over the last few months, the applicant has gone above and beyond. As Ms. Reese stated, the parking they're supplying is just one example, but that's almost double what's required. And the whole project has many things that are beyond requirement. And as we see from, I don't know, it's 1,000 pages of documentation here, 4 inches of documentation. Everything has been done above and beyond. So I look forward to approving this project.
Additional comments? Commissioner Park, are you ready?
So I've said a lot already. I don't think I need to articulate my reasons for supporting this wonderful project, but I'm going to hammer on one more thing, just again, because I think it's so important for us, big picture, and that is the provision of the workforce housing, the voluntary provision of workforce housing that's on site. You're able to do it on site here. I know some projects can't do it on site, but they can do it nearby, and I just think that is so important.
Commissioner Bridley?
Sorry. No, I would completely support Commissioner Farini's comments, and I would also agree with the change to, I think it's page B16, where that specification is for the 1 to 2 courts, and that allows the developer enough flexibility to work them in, and we have their intent, and that's close enough for me, so I would completely support the 50% credit as recommended by the Parks Commission. And I just wanted to really compliment staff, of course, I hope, big fan of staff, but I really want to compliment this team, because I've had, I haven't had a site visit with it, but every time I've talked to one of them, that whole concept that Mr. Tate just said about our core value of kindness really rang through with every single conversation I had with the team. And it's just so refreshing to find a developer that's so mission related and provides a project that is, so fulfilling on so many levels, and so compatible and so comprehensive in its team leadership. So thank you for doing a really good job. I'm very supportive of the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez.
Well, good morning, everyone, and I know I've been the most quiet about this whole project because I really don't see anything where I can add. I like the concept of the campus. I like everything about this. Of course, when you hear campus, everybody wants to. I get the sense of adding more things. I'm thinking of more things to add to it, but hearing the time length of which has taken to get to this point, I'm in complete support of the project and support Mr. Farini's, Commissioner Farini's suggestions.
I'll just add that it's rare for this commission to hear a project of this size and complexity and not have significant objection to it from some portion of the public. And today to have representatives of the school district make the effort to come and tell us in person how important it is to recognize the partnership, and the success of the partnership was really not only unusual but appreciated. So I think the commission can do its part to approve the project. We have the recommended actions for us to take and guide us, and I think Commissioner Farini should do the honor.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Mr. Wilson.
Chair, if I may, I was in a rush to speak before Commissioner Freeney. Before the motion, just wanted to clarify, the motion is on the screen. However, just for the clarification, of making the motion, it would be the conditions of approval included as attachment B1 as amended today, which is to add that language of 1 or 2 pickleball courts. And then the other motion would be that and then approve the 50% reduction.
So we'd add that to what the recommended actions are on the screen.
So the motion maker could say as amended today, and I just wanted to clarify what the amendment was.
Okay.
All right, let's give it a try then. I make the motion that we follow staff's recommendations as is on the screen before us today and as page 11 on the presentation. Same presentation. We would approve a 50% reduction as recommended by the Parks Commission on the mitigation fees, and then on condition B1 as amended today to modify language to allow 1 or 2 pickleball courts. Okay.
Lots of silence from staff, so it sounds like you passed, Commissioner Free. Good, good. Do we have a second?
2
Commissioner
words,
Park?
I second.
Great, thank you. Thank you both. Let's proceed to the vote. Commission, yes, roll call, please.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez. Aye. Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all again for coming. We will, we have another matter to take up. It is now a bit after 11. We'll start at 20 after 11. We are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 7th of December, 2022. And we are ready to move to item number 2 on our agenda, which Mr. Villalobos will now read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Nancy Robertson on behalf of concerned Carpinterians appellant to consider case number 21 APL 70, an appeal of the approval of the coastal development permit case number 19 CDP 61 by the Planning and Development Department Director.
Thank you very much. For this project, this appeal, we do have additional public or meetings with the public or declarations with regard to any personal contacts by members of the commission. And I'd ask you to make those declarations now, or if you can't remember, come up with them for the record before we finish. Commissioner Park.
Yes. Yesterday afternoon, I met with the applicant's representative, Gilray Macon, and Abby, whose last name I forgot, from Headwaters. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I met with Gilray Macon, the applicant's representative, and also Abby, whose last name I forgot, from Headwaters. And we kind of toured the project and discussed things. And I think I've had some preliminary phone calls in that regard, but I can't remember.
Anybody else? Nope, nothing new. Oh, okay, I have 2 separate meetings to disclose. The first occurred a couple of months ago. I had the opportunity to visit the site and walk from end to end in the company of Ms. Macon and Alex Van Wingerden. The second was just within the last week, and I had a list of names of people that participated in a Zoom call with me, but I can't remember them all. The appellant, Mr. Brickley, who will be addressing us soon, was part of the conversation, as was Ana Carrillo, who had additional people. I know I have a couple of others that may or may not be speaking today, but I'll fill that out. The call lasted just over an hour. Okay, so those are all we have for the moment. Let's go to staff, and we're ready to take on the project.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Sean Archbold, and I will be presenting the 3450 Via Real Cannabis Operation Project. The project was previously heard on October 5th, 2022, and was continued to today, December 7th, 2022, to allow the APCD to review the project. Staff circulated a memo last week detailing APCD's review of the project. The 13.29 acre subject property, shown by the red star, is located approximately 100 feet north from Highway 101. The project is surrounded by parcels zoned Ag 1 and bounded to the south by Highway 101. The project itself is zoned Ag 110. Access to the project is taken off of Via Real. On this slide, we have an aerial view of the vicinity map. The project site is shown in the image highlighted in yellow, with Highway 101 shown just below the project site. The project is a request for a CDP to allow 13.29 acres of cannabis cultivation, nursery, and processing on a greenhouse space and packing house space. The project would have up to 100 employees for its operations. The project includes landscaping around the north and south portions of the project site. The OAP proposes a carbon scrubber system implemented within all greenhouses and the packing house. Carbon scrubbing is the primary odor abatement measure, and no vapor phase is proposed as part of the project. The project proposes an estimated 19.29 acre-feet per year of water for the operation, which comes from on-site wells in the Carpinteria Valley Water District. The parcel is shown here on the slide. Access will be provided off of Via Real by existing entry points located at yellow stars. Parking will be located within the purple triangle located along Via Real. Lighting is shown as wall-mounted with orange triangles or pole-mounted with pink triangles. In Appeal Issue 1, the appellant asserts that the OAP approved by the director is insufficient to control emissions, odor, and protect the Arroyo Paredon watershed. The appellant is also concerned for the air quality of nearby EDRNs. In response, the OAP approved by the director meets all Article 2 provisions for OAPs. However, the applicant has changed the proposed OAP to incorporate carbon scrubbers in response to the appellant's concerns. The proposed carbon scrubber system meets all Article 2 provisions for OAPs. In Appeal Issue 2, the appellant is concerned about the use of Carpinteria parking lots for shuttle use. The applicant submitted a site, transportation, and demand management plan, which encourages carpooling, provides shuttles, and provides adequate parking and bicycle parking for the project as proposed. Additionally, the project has eliminated any mentions of use of Carpinteria parking lots as shuttle stops, and now aligns the shuttle stops with public transportation stops. In Appellant Issue 3, the appellant is concerned about the concentration of cannabis operations in the Carpinteria area. Cannabis cultivation is an allowed use in Article 2 and the Ag 1 Zone District. Article 2 does not have limitations on the number of cannabis cultivation operations in an area. The proposed project was analyzed under the PEIR, which found that the potential concentration of cannabis activities in the Carpinteria area would not create new significant environmental effects or substantially intensify previously identified effects. In review of the proposed project, staff finds that the project is consistent with all applicable regulations within Article 2, the Coastal Land Use Plan, and the Comprehensive Plan. The proposed project is consistent within the Coastal Land Use Plan, including the services, visual, and water use policies. Additionally, the project is consistent with the policies of the Comprehensive Plan, including the land use element, the hillside and watershed protection policies, the agricultural element, which covers agricultural resource policies, and the conservation element, which covers groundwater resource policies. A complete discussion of these standards and policies, along with the project consistency analysis, can be found in sections 6.2 and 6.3 of the staff report. Staff recommend that the Planning Commission deny the appeal, make the required findings for approval of the project, including the CEQA findings, determine that the previously certified PEIR is adequate, and grant de novo approval of the proposed project subject to the conditions included in Attachment B to the staff memo. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archibald. Questions for staff following the presentation? I have a couple, Mr. Archibald, perhaps Mr. Dargill can help out. This project presents, as many have, the issue of odor, reaching odor from the agricultural operation, reaching surrounding areas. And we've gone over it at other projects. But one of the changes since we last looked at a project is that there seems to be hope that the county will be in a position to detect the source of offensive odors that are otherwise reaching, evidently reaching one or more residentially zoned properties. Could you just update us on that?
Mr. Chair, if I could speak for Mr. Dargill.
Sure.
Just a quick update on that. Because that I've sat in this seat and been questioned on this particular matter, so I'll spare Mr. Dargle. So on November 29th, the Board of Supervisors did approve a contract with the Geocentech Consultants firm that has offices in the Santa Barbara area. They are now under contract with the county, and they are providing technical expertise to our department to evaluate, analyze, and provide recommendations for odor abatement plans that have been approved and are being implemented. The current status is they've had their first inspection, which was on December 5th, Monday. We don't have the results yet, but we are already scheduling inspections with the operators to implement that condition that the commission had placed on these operations, which is to do inspections quarterly for the first year and to ensure that the odor abatement plans are effective. So that first inspection has been done. It happened on Monday. We haven't got the results of that yet, but subsequent inspections are already being scheduled out to the first of next year as well. So that is in place, Mr. Chair, and those technical advisors are working closely with our enforcement and compliance team.
With regard to that last bit of your comment, I was thinking more in terms of enforcement upon the complaint of a member of the public that they can smell the odor, they aren't sure where it's coming from. How would staff be in a position to determine the location of the odor, the origination?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the contract that we have with our consultants also includes responding to complaints. So we will team up with the consultants, the technical firm, to respond to complaints. The first step would be to get the complaints, and we do our investigation, and then we would outreach to our consultants to help us verify. As you know, it's maybe difficult to identify that single source of where the odor is coming from because of the number of sites in that area. However, one of the goals, the overall goal is as these inspections are occurring, it's going to allow us to understand which sites are either in compliance or not in compliance, and which facilities are operating as we've been approved their odor abatement plans. So hopefully it is going to be like almost a process of elimination, so we can start identifying those sites more accurately that may be causing excessive odors. I know that doesn't directly answer your question, but it's in the beginning stages. So we get a complaint in and we verify, have we done the inspection on that site? Do they approved odor abatement plan, and is it operating? Next step would be, okay, let's get our consultants to come in and verify that the system's operating as it's supposed to be.
Well, I appreciate your information. I'm just trying to think of how long it's going to take to cover, for example, just the other growers of cannabis in the immediate vicinity of this particular one that we're seeing today, Vista Verde, and whether the staff would be in a position if someone in a residential area makes a complaint today, you wouldn't have much of a baseline to work with, would you? So it'd be going out from door to door, just checking the odor issues. How would that proceed? Want me to ask a different question?
No, yeah, I was hoping, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping you asked a different question easier.
No, what I'm concerned about, and because you've been here every step of the way with us, you know that people have made complaints, and there's been no follow-up by staff because of the technical inability to determine the origination of the odor. And I want to determine right up front as to whether the situation has changed in any way that would make it better for the public to control the odor reaching their bedrooms and neighborhoods.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you, and for giving me some time to process my thoughts. There's two things at play. One is developing the baseline, if we can develop a baseline. So we have our consultants on board now. They're doing the inspections. The other thing that is at play as well that's been challenging for staff is not having approved odor abatement plans. So now that we are getting projects approved and an approved odor abatement plan, there is something for us to monitor and enforce on. One of the challenges that we had in responding to complaints is that they're in this non-conforming status without approved odor abatement plans. So it makes it difficult to enforce on an operation that is not conforming and has no approved odor abatement plan. So the first step was getting these projects approved with an approved odor abatement plan. That gave us the tools now to go out and measure the effectiveness of these odor abatement plans. That's what's happening now. In addition, we still get complaints on operations. And so what we've done is prioritize our list of those first inspections based on the number of complaints that we've gotten per facilities. So as we're moving into these inspections, we're looking at those hot spots. Where have we got the most complaints, and make that our priority as we move this program forward. So that's what's happening now. I'm hoping by end of January, we've got more data in, and by February, we've done more inspections, and we can brief the Planning Commission on this is what we're finding. This is the baseline, this is the information we're finding. Overall, maybe these are the recommendations we're getting from our technical experts, and we're having to make changes or not. So that's where we're at right now as far as that program goes.
Thank you. I don't want to spend our whole morning without getting some facts, but when we hear this application today, I may ask you some follow-up questions about how you would approach this. Okay, so anything else from commissioners before we move to Commissioner Park?
And following up on, following up on your questions, Commissioner Cooney, and I think you got the right idea that let's get this out there. One thing we'll need to discuss at the right point is of those projects in the area, which ones have already shut down, which ones are about to shut down, and how the identification of best available control technology is going to change some of the existing projects. And so my questions, I'm going to kind of ask about some of that, and as it relates to both the method of operation with scrubbers, but also power usage, because that came up in a number of the emails that we saw. So let me start with this. I didn't see any reference in the staff report, or in fact anything except for Mr. Chitillo's letter from the coalition about the November 14 dated study from SCS related to the conclusion that carbon scrubbers are now the best available control technology. That's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Are we going to hear something about that today? You're shaking your head yes, Mr. Dargell. Somebody's going to speak to that? This study?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I was nodding to Mr. Wilson. I think he's going to go ahead and take this.
Secret staff communications. Aha, we caught you. I do it too. It's okay. Well, anyway, that's all there for people to see that they've determined now this test, and it's a test done by the industry, that carbon scrubbers are the best available control technology, and that will affect every signatory to that agreement with the coalition that's committed to use the best available control technology, some of which are using vapor phase right now, and they're going to have to switch or they'll be in violation of that agreement. But as relating to this project, we've had a number of projects where we've approved carbon scrubbers. And I put this in the way of a question for Mr. Archibald and Mr. Sewards. Those are all ones that operate with venting greenhouses, okay? They have venting, but then they're also using the scrubbers. So they'll scrub it all day, and then when they vent it early in the morning, ostensibly it's scrubbed air, and it's less of an odor issue. And that's been the case of our prior projects we've approved, right? Okay. And that's what this project's going to be doing. It's a venting greenhouse. It's not a sealed greenhouse, correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, other projects that have been approved with carbon scrubbers and without do have vents. I can think of one project in particular that has both vapor phase and carbon scrubbers, and that really was the intention to, as you described, to use the carbon scrubbers to clean the air and to remove the odors from the air. And then when it is vented, it's not highly concentrated odorous air.
So this will be like those other projects where it's a venting greenhouse with the carbon scrubbers to clean the air as much as possible. Right?
Yes, the odor abatement plan, through the chair, does propose greenhouse venting, but this is mitigated through the carbon scrubber systems.
Okay. And now we realize that's the best available control technology, at least according to Mr. Chitillo and the coalition and the industry, and we'll expect to see that enforced in their agreements. Now, as far as the power usage, I know that became an issue that one would look at because we had reference to it at the Board of Supervisors. And I recall at our very first hearing, which was G and K, okay, and there was discussion of carbon scrubbers as being something that one would use in a completely sealed greenhouse. And the problem with doing that is one would then have to air condition that greenhouse, which takes away the whole reason for having them in Carpinteria with venting. But this is not going to be a completely sealed greenhouse, right?
No, this odor abatement plan does include greenhouse venting.
Right.
That is correct.
And so we're not incurring that power cost, both financially and just resource-wise, of air conditioning 13 acres of greenhouse. No one's asking for that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, that is correct. That the space would not be conditioned. There is energy consumption associated with the use of the scrubbers. That's a conditioning, I guess, a type of conditioning itself. But I think to kind of your point into this concern from SCE about the energy grid, we have spoken with SCE about this in general for the area, and they have weighed in that each application that is submitted to building and safety for a building permit for carbon scrubbers is reviewed and cleared by them. And so when they review that application, that's when they determine whether or not they have sufficient capacity to serve that load. And so that they would never sign off on a permit without having that having the capacity on the grid to be able to provide that. So that's something, and they've also looked generally at the carbon scrubbers and said that there is sufficient capacity at this time to serve what they've seen.
And that's been a technology that's already been in use and already approved by us. Okay, so you might be concerned if it was going to be sealed and air conditioned, be tremendous burdens on the grid, but there's not a concern right now with just running the scrubbers with the venting system.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, that is correct. At this time, what we have reviewed is the use of carbon scrubbers, but not an overall HVAC system, conditioned air for, however many cubic yards or square feet of space.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I can provide some information.
Please, Mr. Wilson.
In regards to the letter or the information that was provided by Mr. Chitillo in regards to the best available control technology, we are aware of that. We got copied on it. We're having our consultants, now that's on retainer by the county, evaluate that document and that information. Preliminary conversations with them is that we have questions and comments on that study, and it's important to realize that study was done on a very site-specific operation. So at this point, we're not in the position, or we don't have the information to say that is the best available control technology. It is a technology. Currently, the way the ordinance reads, vapor phase is also a technology. So we don't have conclusive evidence to state that carbon scrubbers wholly or is the only available control technology or the best available control technology. So we just wanted to kind of temper that email that we're looking into it. We have questions on that study, and it was site-specific. So there's a lot of different factors that go into determining what is the best available control technology based on site conditions, weather, meteorological, which I think is the same thing, and other site conditions. So we are looking into that, and I'll be working with our consultants. That site that study was done for is on our list of sites to be inspected, and we will be looking at that study in context of how it was submitted.
Timing, when would we expect to hear from you about a report from the department's feedback to the study and what you hear back, and something where you could make conclusions? Would that be a report that you could share with the commission, or would it come up on some project in the future? How would that get in front of us and in front of the public so they could get the benefit of hearing about this?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that's one of the things that we're discussing internally right now is what does that process look like? And so we will get back to you on how that will be released and the results of our evaluation on that.
Well, departing from the general and back to the specific of the project before us, the applicants are proposing to install a significant number of carbon scrubbers in this project. So, we're going to be faced with saying, okay, we think that's best available technology, or at least it's one of the best available technologies. So we have to pick and choose. But it's important to focus on the fact that the applicant is making the representation that will meet the county's ordinance, that project. And that's what we're going to hear more about the rest of the morning. Okay. Anything else from commissioners before we, or for staff? Any of staff? No? Okay, then this is an appeal. And so the appellant goes first. I've talked to Mr. Brickley, who will be presenting the appeal, and he's indicated he'll need 15 minutes approximately for his presentation. And I'm going to assume he would accept an additional 5 minutes on rebuttal in addition to the 15 minutes, and the applicant would respond with a similar amount of time allowed. So let's move to the appellant.
Yes. I've already spoken with him.
Do you want to do it, or do you want us
No,
to do it?
he's going to do it. He's going to advance the slides for me. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to meet you.
That's all right.
Okay.
Just let us know when you want to.
The first slide will be slide 3 after my introduction. Good morning, Chairman Cooney and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Mark Brickley, and I will be presenting the appeal of the mixed light cannabis cultivation facility that may be located at the current Gallup and Stribling Nursery site located at 3450 Via Real, which of course is adjacent to the 101 freeway and the nearby cross street Night Ever Road. I'm presenting this appeal on behalf of the local volunteer community group Concerned Carpinterians. I've been a homeowner in the Carpinteria Valley for over 25 years, and I'm the current secretary of the Las Conchas Condominium Association, which consists of 139 condominiums at 3375 Foothill Road, which is near and catty corner to the current Gallup and Stribling Nursery. I'm a retired county employee, worked for the Santa Barbara County Probation Department, completing my 29-year career as a county manager. I appreciated being present for our September 16th, 2022 on-site meeting at the 3450 Villarreal with the applicant's land use planner, Ms. Macon, and Mr. Edwards, who's the compliance officer for Headwaters. Both Ms. Macon and County Planning's Sean Archibald and Joe Dargle have been very helpful in providing information when we've asked. So slide 3 will be my first slide. From this picture, you can see the enormous size of the project, and this has been represented in staff's photographs for you as well, pictorially, and how close it is to the two EDRNs that we've discussed, the Polo Field condominiums, Las Conchas, and the Padero Lane West End and East End homes on Padero Lane. The project consists of 9 separate greenhouses on more than 13 acres. It will be the second largest project in the valley. The largest at 3892 Villarreal is not operating. 4 of the greenhouses are located on about 1 3/4 acres, and the other 4 are located on approximately 1.5 acres. The project is about 300 feet from the EDRN at Padero Lane and 700 feet away from the Las Conchas EDRN. Concerned Carpinterians would advocate and would like the Planning Commission to reduce the size of this project by possibly removing some of the greenhouses in the project for cannabis cultivation closest to the Polo Field condominiums. Slide 4, please. This picture shows the huge concentration of commercial cannabis growing facilities at the western end of the Carpinteria Valley. Right next door, sharing a driveway, is 3561 to the proposed project. Then next door is 3615 Foothill Road, and both of these two cannabis growers are permitted operations. And also very close by is 3508 Villarreal and 3376 Foothill Road, which is right across from the Las Conchas condominium project. Both of those projects are currently operating in under different affiliations. I'd like to refer to the staff response in regard to the concentration of cannabis growers. The PEER, or the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, was quoted in their response to our appeal. And quote, the PEER found that the potential concentration of cannabis activities in the Carpinteria area would not create new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects evaluated in the PEER. And then the next paragraph, quote, there were no caps or other limitations on the allowable number of projects assumed in the PEER. There is more to their presentation, but those are the 2 sections I'd like to quote and respond to. So our appeals response is as follows. Given the ongoing odor issues in the Carpinteria Valley, how does the PEER analysis play out? If you add 9 new large greenhouses operating close to 3 designated EDRNs, and the best carbon scrubbers will only remove or 80% or perhaps more of the cannabis odor, how can this PEER analysis be correct, given that it states there will be no significant increase in odors with the addition of new cannabis facilities? Is the PEER analysis an adequate representation of the on-the-ground evidence of odor issues? Slide 5, please. In our tour, we saw that one of the greenhouses had been almost completely destroyed in the windstorm. This will have to be completely redone. Slide 6, please. This is in reference to the shared roadway and our concern, and local residents' concern that live on this roadway, who have actually sent letters to the Planning Commission. It serves 2 residences, one right across from Greenhouse 6 and the other by Greenhouse 9. The cannabis operation at 3561 Foothill Road also shares this entrance and road. The operation, proposed operation at 3450, Via Real intends to have 80 to 100 employees with 75 parking spaces. We can see that there are about 38 parking spaces available along the western side of the roadway, which will add to the traffic situation on Via Real, especially during the freeway widening project, and make accessibility more difficult, both egress and other accessibility issues. And I hope that the Planning Commission will read the letter that was submitted in regard to the owner of the property on this driveway. Slide 7, please. Concerned Carpentarians have been told that the project will be developed in stages. The granting of a CDP for a huge project like this seems potentially problematic with an unknown time schedule. How will the monitoring and compliance be carried out? Does the county have the personnel available to monitor a project like this with so many different start times on their still unknown timeline? We believe that it would be better to submit separate applications for different greenhouses at this growing facility. We understand that Gallopin Stribling would still operate while the cannabis greenhouses would begin cultivation. We don't know when. How will the different types of operations work with all the security concerns involved with cannabis? And has the sheriff's enforcement team given feedback on how both operations can work side by side? Slide 8, please. Concerned Carpentarians is very pleased to see that 3450 is willing to install carbon scrubbers and state in their OAP carbon scrubbing is considered the best industry practice to mitigate odors. We have a question at the bottom of page 3 of the odor abatement report. It states the owner reserves the right to add or remove odor control devices at each greenhouse, depending on the growth phase of the cannabis cultivation, to mitigate odors effectively. Does this mean that the scrubbers might be moved from one greenhouse to another? Is this realistic? Can a 900-pound carbon scrubber be moved and still deliver its scrubbing efficiency? We know that some of the carbon scrubbers are too large to be moved. Who will check to see the filters as necessary or changed as required, potentially on the carbon scrubbers? We're also concerned about who decides how many units will be used. And will there be enough to cover all sites in the harvesting stages as well as permanently in the production and packaging warehouse where the odor may be the most concentrated? It is also troubling to see that if equipment fails, this grower has the prerogative to back off to mere masking for an indeterminate amount of time. Combined with the time it takes for complaints to be filed and acted upon, this could extend the period of odor literally for months. There needs to be a time frame imposed by the county on how long this entire process could take and who will monitor this. We're also curious about which scrubbers will be selected for this site. Invinity or the Byers scrubbers. There's quite a difference between the two options in terms of how many scrubbers would be needed to cover the areas in the greenhouses. Since greenhouse 1, 2, and 3 are closest to the residents of Las Conchas, the Polo Field condominiums, it would be preferable to use the best scrubbers there. Slide 9, please. As we've discussed, the Planning Commission has discussed earlier in this discussion, the lack of enforcement of odor complaints is still very problematic. The biggest difficulty is the identification of the odor source, so the Planning Department can take immediate enforcement action, which could potentially ultimately deny the renewal of the grower's business license. It was pointed out that when one makes an odor complaint on the county website, it takes 2 weeks for the operator to even be notified that a complaint was made, and I'm wondering if this is accurate. Even with the coalition's signed agreement, the members of Carpinteria growers, the tiered response protocol has not yet worked as planned for the 2 fully permitted growers in the immediate area of this potential grow site. We are happy that the OAP lists a local telephone number, but we're wondering how that will be brought to the Carpinteria Valley citizens' attention. What's the plan for that? Of course, we know that there is a lot of people who've given up filing complaints because the situation has not improved. Literally dozens of times I've smelled cannabis from my front porch. Slide 10, please. In many previous approvals of CDPs for cannabis growing, there has been a statement under the odor abatement, implementation, and monitoring that the applicant would measure cannabis, and this is in quotes, measure cannabis emissions relevant to odor at the perimeter of the property during the week prior to the first harvest of the flowering cannabis plants on site. We were not able to find that specific statement anywhere in this application. Has it been added? And we feel that this project should be held to the same standard as others. Slide 12, please. Excuse me, slide 11, I'm so sorry. Thank you. This picture shows the visibility from the corner of Via Real Avenue and Night Ever, a public view site. And we see that no additional landscape on the western side of the greenhouse is present. And 3 large greenhouses are visible to the public from Night Ever Road and Via Real. We're wondering what the applicant is going to do about landscaping. Slide 12, please. In regard to water usage, we just asked the question, is it necessary for this grower to use Carpinteria District water, given that there are 2 wells on site available for use, and that cannabis takes much less water to grow than flowers have historically been grown at this site? Wondering about the water issue and why a Carpinteria Water District water has to be used. Slide 13, please. In regard to security, concerned Carpinterians is concerned about how such a large site and cannabis property will be secured. We understand there will be fencing placed around the project, and some of the gates will be locked and replaced, with locks will be replaced. There are numerous gate openings on Via Real. Gallup and Stribling will continue to operate while the cannabis operation is being phased in. How secure can this site be with non-cannabis employees from Gallup and Stribling still being on the same premises? Where will the security guards, for example, be stationed? And how will the Sheriff's Department be able to handle this mixed business occurring at the same site? Slide 14. Concerned Carpinterians would ask that you uphold our appeal based on the following. This project needs to be reduced in size. This will reduce likely odor issues in the future. This project adds to the huge concentration of commercial cannabis growers in this part of the valley. This would be the 6th location just from the Arroyo Pardon Creek to Night Ever Road. We're concerned about the traffic and parking required on this heavily used roadway for 2 residences and another cannabis operation as well. The phasing in of 9 greenhouses in a specific unspecified time period would not constitute a county best practice procedure, we believe. Concerned Carpinterians has questions about the possibility that carbon scrubbers could be moved from greenhouse to greenhouse. How will this contribute to a workable plan to eliminate odor? We request that the applicant's statement be added requiring monitoring odor emissions from odor emissions the week before harvest as required for other cannabis growers, and how will this be enforced? Finally, in conclusion, Concerned Carpinterian's appeal has uncovered important questions regarding this CDP that appear unresolved, unanswered, or not addressed. The peer review cited in the presentation seems to include findings that veer far away from empirical, nose-to-the-ground evidence. We request that the Planning Commission uphold Concerned Carpinterian's appeal and deny the coastal development permit for 3450 Via Real. It's within your discretion to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brickley. Do you have a question for Mr. Brickley? I do.
Mr. Brickley, we have a question.
You know, we must have been lucky to have you at the probation department, because that's really a very well-organized presentation. I think it's the best that I've seen on any of the appeals, so I appreciate it. And I especially appreciate your slide 14 that takes all your questions that you've raised throughout and summarizes them. I need to go back a bit, though. Can we pull up slide 4? And is there a pointer that Mr. Brickley could use? Because I don't understand where Las Conchas is. Is that the Polo Grounds
The
one?
far left-hand side, if you go up from the freeway, no, the far left side, and then those are the condominiums there.
Okay, so Las Conchas and the Polo Grounds are the same condominiums.
Yeah, if you draw a line from the, yes, Las Conchas and the Polo Field condominiums are exactly the same.
Okay, I was getting confused. I'm sorry. Now, then you mentioned another project, and its address isn't on this very slide. Was it 3492? It was something like that. You said was the largest one, but is no longer operating.
That's my understanding.
So two things. Are you able to point, is it visible on this slide? Can you?
You know, the type is so small I'd have to move closer to the screen to see it myself.
Yeah. But was that the right address, 3492? Is that what you said, or was it 3-something-92?
I'm not really good at that. Thank you. Yes, if
3892.
3892.
3892 Via Real has never started operating. It was the second.
Ma'am, can you?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
hold
My
on.
name is Anna Carrillo. So 3892 has never operated yet. It's going to be 14 acres, 100 employees. It's near Sandpiper. They were the second permit that was approved ministerial, basically. There was never an appeal. We were a day late on an appeal.
Okay.
But they haven't operated at all yet. And it's not going to be on that map because it's all the way further over by where Cravens. It's just on the other side of Cravens with
Got it.
Sandpiper Mobile Home, and then the 3892 is
I was
there.
going to ask what was its kind of like trade name, but it's never operated, so it doesn't
No,
matter.
they had it as North something. It was a firm out of Colorado, and then it's right now on the business license. It's called VR, I don't know, 3, 2, I mean, something VR. That's as much as I know. And actually, interesting, the person on the business license is one of the same people that's on
we
this.
ought to wait till it's your turn.
I know.
I've kind of caused chaos by asking this question.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop. But thank you, Mr. Brickley.
Thank you very much.
Anything else for Mr. Brickley while he's up at the podium? We may get you after rebuttal. Okay. So let's just keep seeing if we can go through these applicant presentations and how much public we have. Let's go to the applicant. Good afternoon, Ms.
Good
Megan.
afternoon, Chair Cooney, members of the commission. I'm going to wait till the presentation shows up. Are you going to? Sure. My name is Gala Ray Macon with Flowers and Associates. Sort of happy to present this project. We're pretty proud of it. It's been 19, 20, 21, 22, almost 4 years in the making, and it has evolved quite a bit. Because it's not legal nonconforming, we've had the ability to sort of craft it in a way to address neighborhood concerns and sort of work with the flow of information that's been coming. So, next slide. The project summary, you've heard it a few times. Something of note that the project consists of a large percentage of nursery. So although it's one of the larger projects, it has almost 30% nursery as part of it. Next slide. Unfortunately, Eric Edwards, who's usually here with me, is sick, but he is on Zoom and available for questions if you need him. And Alex Van Wingerden is also here for questions. Next slide. So here's the site plan. Again, slightly different view. And you can see greenhouses 4, 5, and 6 with the hatching. Those are the nursery greenhouses. And we did that because they're the closest to the nearest sensitive receptor. And so the mixed site cultivations are 1, 2, 3, and 7, 8, 9. There's 2 residences shown in purple, outlined in purple. And then the yellow highlight identifies the parking locations. Next slide. Here's the proposed landscaping. I think the photo that we saw from Mr. Brickley's slide isn't on our property. We couldn't add any additional landscaping, but we've tried to fully screen what we can on this property from public view. So you can see there's the existing and the proposed from our landscape architect along Via Real, and then the existing landscaping from photo location D. It's pretty dense vegetation along Foothill. Next slide. So the project, when it got approved, included vapor phase and the carp growers agreement, sort of the standard, but since the appeal, the project got changed to just carbon scrubbing technology, and it still is part of that carp growers agreement. So if it's not enough, there's opportunity to still do more. It still can evolve, but the project includes carbon scrubbing as the sole means of minimizing odors. So it's the first of its kind. I want to illustrate that. It is very unique. It's the first one, right? Yes? Okay. It's the first of its kind. Okay, next slide. Here's a sort of zoomed up version of that slide that Mr. Brickley had that I provided them. It shows the locations of the zones. So it's 330 feet is the closest across the freeway, and that's why we've put those nurseries where we've shown them. And then 915 feet to the La Mirada EDRN, and 670 feet to the polo fields. And again, the reason why we're just doing carbon scrubbing is because of these locations. We're very mindful of it. We want to be sensitive and have crafted this project accordingly. Next slide. Just going through the project merits. This isn't a legal nonconforming project. This is brand new. It's going to be in full compliance before they can grow a plant. They have to have all their security and they have to have all their lighting, all their scrubbers, like everything needs to be in place, building permits, whatever they would need before they can grow. So it's really, hopefully that can address a lot of concerns, because I know the legal nonconforming projects can sometimes get away with delaying compliance, but this one can't. There's plenty of parking, great operators. Van Wingerden family would be with Headwaters and operating the farm. And I think that's it. Next slide. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I'm here for questions. Alex is here for questions, and Eric Edwards is on Zoom, available for questions.
Let me just ask one right off the bat, based on your last comment. What is the role, if any, of Gallup and Stribling? Are they still the owners of the property? Are they operating their?
Mr. Chair and board.
You are Alex.
I'm Alex Van Wingerden.
Thank you.
To answer your question, when cannabis would operate on this property, we would have a different, Vista Verde would be the operator and not Gallup and Stribling. So Gallup and Stribling would relocate to another facility at that time.
But for the time being, they're
Right
operating.
now, Gallup and Stribling is still operating the property for orchids and other cut flower or potted plant crops.
And so the operator would not ever be, it's not contemplated that the operator, Headwaters, is going to own the property, could still be owned by GNS or whatever the record shows now.
Vista Verde is a partnership of Headwaters and Van Wingerden.
Okay. I think that's clear. Thank you. Other commissioner questions for Ms. Macon? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I don't expect you to do this now, but I'd like you to, maybe over the lunch break or whenever you have time, be ready in your rebuttal for you and staff, whoever can best answer as many of the questions that you can that have been raised by Mr. Brickley in his slide 14. I didn't agree personally that every single one of those was an issue, but I see the wisdom of making them. But I saw 3 or 4 that I think were questions that should be answered. I'm not going to go through it methodically right now, but I would hope to see that from you and staff, you and your rebuttal. Thank you.
Commissioner Bridley?
Thank you. During public comment, we've heard a lot about this proposed phasing concept, but I'm not finding it in the project description or the OAP or anything. So I may have missed it for sure, but can you clarify that? Is there any intent on that, or how that's going to happen?
Sure. Commissioner Bridley, through the chair, the project does not include phasing.
So you could just decide to implement your CDPs when you need to decide them, just like I could build a subdivision and sell them sequentially?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then the second one was, there's no mention also in the project description, and this might be a question for staff, but there's no mention in the project description about retention of the 2 single-family dwellings, but that is what you're proposing, right?
That is correct.
So we have all this stuff about the greenhouses, but adding this single-family dwellings to remain might be something we can talk about when we talk about conditions. Okay, that was it.
Commissioner Martinez?
Thank you. Good morning. Maybe it's just from the title itself, but mixed light cannabis. What's the significance of mixed light?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, mixed light is because these are greenhouses, and so you get sunlight during the day, and then you put in blackout curtains at night, and then you use artificial lighting at night. So pretty much all the greenhouses are considered mixed light.
Okay, and is there a difference between the greenhouses that are within those denoted within 4, 5, and 6, as opposed to those 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9?
Yes, 4, 5, and 6 are to be used for nursery only.
Okay, but the structure themselves are all the same throughout this whole entire
That is
project?
correct.
And then the other ones are going to be used for?
The flowering plants. So in the nursery, they're only baby plants, and so there's no flower. It's not. There's generally no odor. The flower produces that odor.
Okay. And the carbon scrubbers are going to be located within each of these denoted squares, or no?
They will be throughout the entire project, all 9 greenhouses and the processing facility.
Okay, thank you.
On that question, Galleria, is the applicant committing forever to have greenhouses 4, 5, and 6 grow only nursery plants, or is this just something in the beginning?
That is how the project is currently being presented. If they were to change, they would have to go through a planning process to change it. It would be a new CDP to update it.
Okay. Other questions now for the applicant? Okay, I think that's it
Thank
for
you.
right now. So let's go back to Mr. Brickley if he's ready. Actually, Mr. Brickley, yeah. Mr. Brickley, if you wouldn't mind holding on and doing your last comments after we hear from public comment, there may be something that you hear in that you want to respond to as well. And before we go to public comment, let me ask our recording secretary how many people are waiting to speak that aren't in the audience.
We have 2 members on Zoom.
Okay, so Commissioner, you okay going forward, or do you want to break? You okay, or do you want to break?
I do have one. I need some clarification if I can have from the respondent, though. I just thought I was looking at some documents. If I could have the respondent, yes, please. The reason I was asking about the greenhouse structures is because in your slide number 8, you have what's depicted to me as the greenhouse structures. Okay? But in slide number 5 of the appellant, there seems to be a different kind of structure. So that's what I'm trying to understand is the greenhouses all the same that's depicted in your slide number 8? Or are they a combination of what's in your slide number 8 and what's in appellant's slide number 5?
Commissioner Martinez, there's a variety of greenhouses that were
Okay.
built at varying times throughout the site. That is a picture of a greenhouse that's on the property. And that's the processing building with the truck. I don't recall the picture that they had shown, but I'm sure it's of a greenhouse that's on the property.
Okay.
Alex could probably speak better to the construction phasing of the greenhouses.
There it is, right there, slide number 5.
Yeah, and that actually has been rebuilt. There was I don't know if you recall, there was like this microburst, like storm event that went through Carp like a year ago. And since then I was there yesterday and it has been, they're working on it. It's been rebuilt. The structure itself has been rebuilt.
Okay, but there's greenhouses that look like that's on the property too.
It doesn't look like
No,
that anymore.
I understand repaired is what I'm saying. I'm not saying not repaired, but the structures of that frame and the plastic that goes up and down, correct?
Commissioner Martinez, the requirement for cannabis cultivation from the building department and planning development is that they would need to be fully sealed
Yes.
before they can operate. So it wouldn't look like that prior to cultivation.
Okay, thank you.
Are you ready for public comment?
Well, I am, and I don't have strong feelings one way or the other, but I think, given that it's 12:30 and the public comment's probably going to take 15 to 20 minutes, I kind of vote for taking lunch now. If we had 100 people out in the room, I'd say let's get some of them done, but I think our people are going to make public comment are pretty interested in the project through the length of the hearing. That's what would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Take lunch now.
So, unless there's disagreement, we're going to take some time for lunch. How much do we need?
I always go for an hour. I mean, if you actually ask how much, I'd say an hour and a half, but an hour is good.
Okay, let's try and be back in 45 minutes. We have a vote for as little as possible over here against your suggestion of an hour. Yeah. Okay, let's say it's 12:30. We'll look to begin as soon as we have the commission back after 1:15. Okay? Sorry for the inconvenience, but it's Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record in the hearing, item number 2 on our agenda, and this is, for the record, the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 7th of December. When we broke for lunch, we were at the point of public comment, and Mr. Villalobos, who is next to address the commission?
Would you like to take our Zoom speakers first?
Please.
Okay, great. Our first speaker will be Tyler Williams, to be followed by Kay Walters.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Great. I don't know if I can turn on my camera. I can try to do that if that would be helpful.
Apologies, Mr. Williams, but that function is disabled.
Okay, good. No, that's fine. Remove operator error from the equation. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, thank you very much for taking time and for the opportunity to comment. My name is Tyler Williams. I'm an attorney with the firm Covington and Burling. I'm here to express the concerns of local residents, specifically the odor potential of this project. My colleague Kevin Polenkar submitted a letter on December 5th. Many of the points I'm going to be making are in that letter, and I appreciate the opportunity to take this time to emphasize a few of those. First, as the appellant laid out, this project is enormous. Even if it targets its 80% reduction of odor concentrations, a project of this size will produce significant odors that could interfere with local residents' ability to enjoy and use their property. With that backdrop, we respectfully ask the Commission to reject this project. If the Commission will not reject the project, we'd ask it to take certain steps to ensure that odors are adequately controlled. Mr. Chair, you pointed out the challenges that the county has had both detecting and bringing enforcement actions against odors. We'd echo many of those concerns. We think, while it's great news that the county has a vendor with technology that will equip it to better detect these odors, respectfully, there's a role for industry here. And industry can bring on some of those technologies itself to help improve the accuracy of its own odor detection, and can also increase transparency by providing public access to inspection reports and carving out a role for the county to oversee how these inspections are carried out. Next, we'd echo the appellant's points about the number and placement of scrubbers. While we applaud the adoption of best available control technology with these carbon scrubbers, we would ask that certain language in the odor abatement plan be struck. This language creates flexibility that ostensibly allows the applicant to remove carbon scrubbers from the facility. So we'd ask guardrails be erected and insist upon a minimum number of scrubbers overall at the facility, and specifically in those boundary buildings that are so close to neighborhoods, because these would represent important lines of defense. Next, we want to make sure that these scrubbers have an opportunity to work as intended. Air needs to be trapped and then scrubbed. Leaky warehouses like those pictured of Warehouse 7 in appellant's presentation certainly would allow untreated air and odors to escape. And so we would ask that every effort be made to seal these facilities to allow this best available control technology to work as intended. Finally, I'll echo the appellant and repeat myself, emphasizing how large this facility is. It's enormous, and with it carries enormous potential to contribute to this pervasive public and private nuisance of cannabis odors in Carpinteria. We'd ask that the facility be reduced significantly if it is allowed to go forward. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Commissioner Park.
Mr. Williams, I'm going to suggest something you probably already thought about. This is the first time I've heard an attorney make a presentation without identifying their clients, and I saw that in the letter as well, and that just sticks out like a sore thumb. And in fact, in 45 years of litigation and administrative hearings, I never failed to identify a client. So just in the future, I hope, especially if you're with us, let us know who you represent. And when you say local residents, I don't know if you're talking about people living at the conscious condos or people across the freeway or somebody in LA. I really have no idea. And I appreciate your presentation. It was very good, and you're certainly with probably the most prominent law firm in this country. But I sure would appreciate knowing more about who you represent. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Kay Walters. Ms. Walters, if you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms.
Oh,
Walters.
good. Okay. I always have troubles here with my technology. Okay. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. I'm Kay Walters, the Communications Director for the Padaro Association. I would like to ask you to uphold the appeal and deny the permit at 3450 Via Real. This will be one of the largest pot farms in Carpinteria, and it is located only 330 feet from the residents and homes on Padaro Lane. The skunk smell is already bad much of the time in our neighborhood, but this will make it much worse, possibly 10 times worse, and much more frequent. When the odors are bad, we can't sit outdoors on our patio, and when we come inside and close our windows and doors, the odor actually creeps down our chimneys and shower vents. If you must insist on issuing a permit, please do so responsibly. Please scale back the number of greenhouses, seal the greenhouses, put a larger buffer to the property lines, and you must require they implement the best odor technology available. Some studies show that that is carbon scrubbers currently. Not sure if it's the Byers or the Infinity that's preferred. But just one carbon scrubber that is moved from greenhouse to greenhouse will not be effective, and you must require one in each greenhouse. The applicant has verbally agreed to do this, but it must be a requirement of the permit. The carbon scrubbers claim to alleviate only up to 80% of the odor, so the 20% that still leaks out of this size of pot farm will cause big odor problems on Padaro Lane, Las Conchas, and the surrounding neighborhoods. This is why you need to scale back the number of greenhouses and/or require them all to be sealed. Most importantly, if your calculations show that one carbon scrubber per greenhouse is too much for the electric grid in Carpinteria, then you must deny the permit until the electric power grid is increased. It's as simple as that. Have you considered the use of solar panels? Maybe it's time to start thinking about air quality and the quality of life of your citizens instead of how to make an extra buck. The irony is the cannabis industry in our county is growing faster than the demand, and there is a glut in the market. Instead of pushing huge cannabis farms through to permit, maybe it's a perfect time to slow down, study the best odor technologies, and let the demand and the power grid catch up with your current production. The neighbors and the growers will thank you for it. Please make thoughtful choices today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Our next speaker would be in the room. I do. Ana Carrillo.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Again, this operation will be huge. Many of the 9 greenhouses are larger than an acre in size. Please consider reducing its permitted size and create larger buffer zones to protect the nearby residents. When others and I talked and met with Galeray, Macron. In late September, we were told that the operation would be done in stages. How will this be done? Who will be monitoring this? How will the public be made aware of what new is being converted and when a 6-month trial begins and ends to check the effectiveness of the carbon scrubbers? Will those residents within 1,000 feet be notified each time a new greenhouse is converted? Each greenhouse should have a separate CDP since the operation won't be done at one time. I'm very pleased and thank the owners and the operator for submitting a new and improved OAP plan stating they will be using carbon scrubbers in their greenhouses, but there needs to be a clear statement that the scrubbers cannot be moved from greenhouse to greenhouse or a reduction in the number installed. It is disturbing to read the following in the OAP, bottom of page 3 and 4. The owner reserves the right to add or remove odor control devices at each greenhouse depending on the growth phase of the cannabis cultivation to mitigate odors effectively. Also, there is a statement with the buyer's equipment being on casters for maneuverability. For those greenhouses situated closest to residents, please require a minimum number of scrubbers. I see that the buyers have a certain number and the Invinity have a different number. Please consider the proximity of this new large facility, 330 feet distance from some residences on Padero, 670 feet from Las Conchas, and 915 feet from La Mirada. And uphold this appeal until Geosyntec can identify which greenhouse is causing the odor issues here. Please do not permit something new until the current situation is corrected. Unfortunately, the primary odor contact phone number listed for 3450 is the exact same number used in the owner-operator's other OAP at 5980 Casitas Pass. As of right now, there have been no adequate response from the county to odor complaints filed at 5980 Casitas Pass. As a layperson, I don't know which carbon scrubber is the best option. I'm aware of the recent study just completed on the Invinity scrubbers, but again, from neighbors of the only other operation in the valley using the Buyer scrubber, there have been complaints, though I can't say any complaints have been filed. Residences in Carpinteria Valley have become very jaded because filing complaints has not led to any changes, even for those fully permitted. I saw the parking. Thank you for showing me where the parking was occurring. During my partial tour of this facility, I was shown a greenhouse that had been heavily damaged by the wind, and the planner has said that that's been in the process of being fixed. I was there at the end of September. And I just wanted to clarify, basically for Mr. Martinez, I'm saying sealed. I know they're not sealed like they are in Denver. We know that. We just want the holes and the partial. I mean, these greenhouses were never developed to hold in smell. They were, developed to grow flowers, and they had to be, open. Okay, and then I see that greenhouses 4, 5, and 6 will house the nursery plants, but when and how will they be transported to the other greenhouses, and how will the mature plants be transported to the warehouse? There's no mention of sealed carts, et cetera, which I've seen in other OAP plans. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. You're able to apply for an advanced degree in greenhouse operations for sure. Our next and the last speaker slip I have is Suzette Fastadorso.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Suzette Vasta-Durso. I represent my father, Emmanuel Vasta. He's the current owner of 3498 Villa Real. Our property is adjacent to, and we share a driveway with Gallup and Stribling, as well as G&K, cannabis growers behind our property. Our family has owned the property for 60 plus years, back when it was surrounded by lemon groves. Our property is 1 acre with 2 homes and a studio apartment. I've lived on the property for the last 4 years to take care of my father, who has Alzheimer's, and to help recover from the 2018 mudslide. I sent a letter to the commissioners with photos outlining our concerns about the proposed cannabis operation at 3450 Villa Real. Most of these concerns have been ongoing for many years. However, we have two main concerns about this operation. Of course, our number one concern is the odor, with cannabis already being grown behind us and to the right on the other side of the creek that runs along our property. My front door is about 40 feet away from greenhouse number 6. We are in agreement with the concerned carpinterias on all the statements that they've made concerning the odor abatement. Our second concern is with the location of the secured gate that will be off Villa Real. This is a view from coming down. That's our gate on the right-hand side. Let's see. If this operation goes forward, that's one of our main concerns. This driveway is currently like a busy street with vendors, customers, delivery drivers, semi-trucks, and employees going up and down the driveway all day long. Anyone entering 3450 Villa Real will have to go through a secured gate just past our driveway while waiting for entry. Vehicles will sit idling in front of our property, creating, smell and noise. So that's this gate will have to be located back far enough so that a large truck, I think there was an earlier picture with a truck passing by our driveway, will not block our driveway while they're waiting for the gate to open. This driveway has been an ongoing issue for many years. The worst part of this driveway is right in front of our property. A few potholes were recently filled, but they were filled by SoCal Gas, who was working on the road, and they were asked to come over and throw some stuff into the potholes. And the guy told my husband that he didn't have enough and he probably wouldn't do a very good job, but that was the best he could do. So the dust, and you can still see from the rain pooling that there's still potholes and dust and dirt. There's parts that aren't completely paved, and it's been an ongoing problem with no resolution. So I'm hoping in this whole situation we might be able to get that actually addressed finally. So I really appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down and waiting all day. Any more public speakers? Mr. Villalobos.
No additional speakers.
Okay, Mr. Brickley, you're up for rebuttal. You have about 5 minutes if you want to take them.
I don't think I'll take that long. I just have 4 rebuttal points from concerned carpinterians. The applicant's statement that they would not phase in cannabis at 3450 Villa Real is not consistent with what we were told on our tour of the facility on September 16th, in which Anna Carrillo and others were present. It makes sense that they would phase in growing operations and that transition from Gallup and Stribling to the growing cannabis in the 9 greenhouses, both from a financial point of view and a logistical point of view. But it also creates many issues, including the carbon scrubbers that will be installed. Secondly, if this cannabis grower will be allowed to substitute mitigation measures if a carbon scrubber is out of service, how would this be accomplished? How long would it take to install an adequate vapor phase technology system? And should that system be in place when the carbon scrubbers are installed and cannabis production begins? 3, the PEER, the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, as quoted in the staff report to our appeal, has findings that are not consistent with the ongoing odor problems in the Carpinteria Valley. Concerned Carpinterians would request that staff further study the applicability of this peer report and that the Planning Commission not adopt those findings as requested. And in doing so, uphold the Concerned Carpinterians' appeal. And finally, in response to Mr. Park, I would be more than happy to submit the questions that Concerned Carpinterians have raised in our on slide 14 with any comments that you might request, and then present those to you by email or by another means. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any questions for Mr. Brickley?
Yeah, just on your last point, Mr. Brickley, I appreciate that. It might be too late. I think you've raised some really good questions. I'd like to have the applicant and staff answer some of them.
Okay.
Particularly actually the last three, if you can.
Certainly.
So I think you've done your job.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
Thanks.
I'm happy to have Ms. make any final comments, give you the last word here.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. I believe staff is prepared to respond to these questions, so I can offer any additional input after their presentation. But as a closing statement, I would request that the commission not change the goalpost on us once again. This has been a very thoughtful application. This is a very, very thoughtful project. And it's hard to hear that now there's questions on the scrubbers when we've been told, gotta have scrubbers, gotta have scrubbers. But this is all scrubbers. This is all it is. And now it's like, well, it's only 80% effective. So it's very difficult on our part. And I just request that you be considerate of the efforts that this applicant has gone through.
Could you clarify that statement about 80%? Because I didn't understand that came from staff.
Not staff. The study that came out recently talks about it being 80% effective. I haven't actually read the entire study, but I've been hearing that from public comment and the appellants, and so I'm just addressing that issue.
That should only be a concern if the commission says it has to be 100%. Right. I think we're realistic about that.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you.
You have a question?
I do. We were given the understanding by appellants that they have a concern that if a scrubber breaks down, okay, then it'll be down until vapor phase is installed, which I kind of don't think is what you intend, because vapor phase, installing it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars and a whole different whatever. What is your understanding of what happens if, for example, you have an Infinity scrubber and it breaks down? What happens if you do?
Commissioner Park, similar to any of the odor control technology, things happen and you have to fix it. There's about 10 per acre with the Infinity scrubbers, and I think that's somewhat the language that we built in for that flexibility so that you can sort of move things around and adjust if there's a flowering at the very last stage, and that's where you need most of it. If there's a couple that are down, you have that flexibility. But I mean, you have to address odor complaints and be responsive to your OAP. So if you can get shut down. I mean, if it's not working, then you have to stop operating. If it goes beyond a reasonable amount of time to get in a new system. But I mean, I don't know how else to address it. It's going to be repair and maintenance as it is with all
But you're
parts of.
probably not going to shove it to the side and then install a vapor phase system.
No, absolutely not. That is not part of the plan. There is no vapor phase part of this plan.
Let me quickly run through the last three there.
Mhm.
Number 9, do you understand what that's referring to, and do you have a response to it?
I believe that comes from an OAP that was done by CVW, but there is a statement already into the OAP that addresses something similar, and we provided that to staff over the break. So we do have a monitoring component that was part of that carp growers agreement.
And number 10, it's confirming the source of water. Do you remember is it going to come from these 2 wells, or is it going to come from the water district?
So
What's the answer?
the property has 2 permitted wells that are drilled. They need pumps and electrical permit in order to start running. So they are not part of this project. They are using Carp Valley Water District water.
And the ongoing, or the existing agricultural operation, which we are told by the appellants uses a lot more water than this cannabis will use, it's using Carpinteria Water District water. not
That
the
is
well.
correct.
Okay. And then, can you say anything about how security will be handled if you've got a mixture of cannabis operation and non-cannabis, same place?
Commissioner Park, this is somewhat of a common occurrence. There's a lot of projects that have like avocados growing next to cannabis, or wineries, or it's a common situation. And the security, the Sheriff's Department has recommended internal fencing that goes within the greenhouse to separate those uses. So there's a number of ways to deal with that. And the Sheriff's Department, when they were there, they suggested a few of those, and that's built into our security plan.
Thanks, I have no further questions.
I do.
Oh,
Sorry.
Commissioner Briley has a question.
Sorry.
Let's keep this going.
I know, sorry. So, the Ms. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Yours. The member of the public who's right next door, she brought up some issues about the gate possibly being relocated. So if there is a queuing of trucks, given the cannabis operations, I mean, do you think the applicant's willing to look at that? You know, where the steel gates are.
Correct, Commissioner Bridley. The proposed gate is beyond their driveway, and furthest we can go to not cause conflict with the G&K entrance as well that uses that same driveway.
Okay, and then the other, I think it was maybe in the letter, not so much today, but I looked at your landscaping plans very carefully, and I think they're all really great, and it's not an issue now, but would you consider putting a little more landscaping on that area right next to that residence, the neighbor? Because I don't think I saw that on the landscaping plan. Kind of right where this gate is that we're talking about. You know what I mean?
I'm Commissioner Bridley, I'm sure the applicant's willing to work with that resident, and
That might help.
but
I'll just leave it at that.
give me a call. We can work something out.
Okay, those are my only questions.
Did you have a question? I did. Oh, good. Commissioner Freeney.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Ms. make an excellent job on clearing things up for us. I was wondering if I could have a couple minutes with your farmer and just a little farmer-to-farmer talk. Okay. Come on down. You're the winner.
Yes,
so there's
Commissioner
just
Freeney.
I'm going to try to see if we can get some clarity for the public here.
Uh-huh.
I think they're of the opinion that at one time you said the greenhouses would be phased, but your permit is not a phased permit. And most operations I've visited, they don't fill all the greenhouses at the same time. So plants come out of the nursery. So would you say that's a type of phasing
Yes.
in your growing?
Yes, I mean, like everyone has expressed, I guess Chairman Cooney to Commissioner Farini, the project's the way it logistically works. It's a big project. We're not going to turn on 13 acres tomorrow, but we also are applying to have the whole property put into cannabis as economic conditions would allow. And logically, we would start with 1 or 2 ranges, and then, like you're saying, when you're getting more detailed, you would start your vegetative plants in what we call the nursery areas first, and move them, or we can just start them in the cultivation areas, which doesn't create odor. But it's logically going to go in a step phase. Like we're going to say we want to do range 8, 9, 7, whatever we choose at the time is the most appropriate, what can be retrofitted to properly meet the requirements of our project and odor control. All that stuff comes into play on how we want to, what greenhouses would come into play first.
Right. So then when you carry that through, since these production greenhouses are at different phases, and you need to move scrubbers because you've got one that's very vegetative and not producing much odor, but you do notice more odor coming out of the maturing flower one, you may need that freedom.
Yes, and if you look at like redundancy, so we're not interested in doing the vapor phase at this time, but if you have like, let's say 3 greenhouses are in production, if one greenhouse is all vegetative, there is no odor coming from that particular greenhouse. And the way that cannabis grows is the first 4 weeks are in a nursery stage where it grows from a plant about 6 inches tall to a plant that's about 2 foot tall, but no odor is produced. And then we go into a cultivation phase or the flowering phase, which is an 8-week cycle. The first 4 weeks of that 8 weeks is also no odors being produced. The plant doesn't have the flowering parts to it that produce the odor. So if you're managing odor, you're going to say, well, let's just say, again, we're going with 3 greenhouses. 1 greenhouse is in full production. One of those odor scrubbers would fail. In order to keep it working, you might want to move one out of the one that has no odor, place it into the one that has odor, so you keep consistency in your odor control versus leaving a void, if that makes sense.
Well said. Thank you.
So also I just wanted to clarify too that, there was some talk about Greenhouse 7. We have repaired the structure and we are growing currently vegetables in that greenhouse. So we don't have the curtains up. We actually rely on ambient air to go through. So before the winter we repaired it, but we left it wide open during the summer because we had no need to close it up.
Mr. Van Wingerden, love to have you just get to work on growing these things. I hope you're not growing smelly vegetables, so we have to
No, we don't have broccoli or mushrooms yet. So.
Good. There's no question that your intent is to be responsible with regard to odor. I think people that have less agricultural experience worry about what they don't know, and so. A lot of what they're asking us to do is put into the project description sufficient protection. It's not, we're not trying to overburden the project, but imagining realistically that something could go wrong, they don't want to have I'll speak for myself. I think it's important to have some of these scrubbers in even some of the greenhouses that for the most part don't produce odor, but you're taking care of it in the event that that they do. So, and I see the chart with the number of scrubbers that you're planning to place in each one. That's a real project description, isn't it, of where those scrubbers are going to be?
Yes, no, it is, but also you're looking at power management. If you need to manage your power, you're going to put your power where you got the odor. And so if we are limited, we have more flexibility by moving stuff around and not using much power in a greenhouse that doesn't have odor and basically allocating that power to the one it does. That's another way to make these systems work with a limited amount of power use.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Did I skip anybody? Questions for the applicant? No. Okay, well, I think we're ready to turn the matter back to make sure staff has a chance to clarify any of the issues that were pending at the beginning of the hearing.
Through the chair, do any of the commissioners have any other questions in regard to questions not related to 9, 10, and 11, which were responded to by the applicant?
I thought the ones I had questions about were responded to by the applicant and the appellant.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, then we're ready to discuss this matter. We've had a lot of information, and I think for me, as the first district commissioner, these projects produce a lot of stress and a lot of conflict because I can see well the concerns of individuals who make their lives in Carpinteria and who have been suffering for a period of years over the odor being produced. And we can go back and chronicle, but don't need to today, the mistakes that have been made in terms of trying to get a handle on this. But who would have guessed that the efforts of the Board of Supervisors and the committee of the board that recommended this ordinance in the first place would have opened the door to as much odor terror as has occurred in Carpinteria. And I personally witnessed enough to know that people really have been hampered by other growing operations. And side by side, you have efforts like the Coalition of Responsible Growers who have taken the matter into their own hands, trying to supplement what the county provides and come up with an agreement that makes sense for the growers and all of them committing to it. That's great, but it's too bad that had to happen because it would have been better for the county to get it right in the beginning. And I feel like we've been fighting upstream ever since to correct the situation that we had to live with. And then here at this point, this advanced point, we have a project that is taking advantage of existing structures, greenhouse structures, and a lot of them all in one place. So naturally, I think people looking at this project say, wow, look what we've been dealing with, and now we're going to throw another 9 greenhouses into operation, and there's no way that there won't be odor producing by that. So I understand the conflict between the way people feel and this project, if isolated, which to me appears to have answered the most important questions, including the use of a very promising technology to neutralize the odor. Do we approve this project and hope that it'll all be done correctly? Or do we say, we can't approve it, it's too big, there's too much that's still open, and we're going to force you to wait until the county gets very comfortable with its new technology and is able to identify the origin of cannabis odors. My feeling after thinking about this and meeting with people and and the experience we've all had looking at different projects is that that would not be a fair way to proceed. That we need to recognize quality when it occurs, encourage it, and hope that by the time this project is in operation, perhaps years down the line, we'll have a better handle on what Mr. Wilson described as the county's process of upgrading the odor detection and responsibility tracing that would really be key to the success of odor elimination throughout the valley. So I want to say at the outset, I'm not going to oppose this project if a majority of my fellow commissioners support it, but I'm going to continue to work to see that within the county, we do every single thing we can to speed along the technical aspect of detecting odor and make it a better project through the county than we've been able to do up to this point. So I'd welcome input from any of the rest of you who've been right here with me listening to this saga for years. Commissioner Martinez, not as long, but you've learned a lot in the last several months.
Yes, and I'll take that as the bridge of me being able to give my comments, because in the short period of time, I mean, there's no getting around the fact that the issue here is not that people are complaining about somebody farming and utilizing their land to earn a living. That's not the issue. The issue is the reality that there's an odor that comes with this kind of farming. And the issue is that those who are not doing the farming and earning the profits from that farming are living with the reality of that odor. How we're going to address it? Well, we come up with the carbon scrubbers. But what we're hearing from those who are living around there and have their residences there is saying, okay, carbon scrubbers is the new technology, but are we stuck with it? If there's something better that comes out, are we going to be stuck with it? If there's some place to complain, are we really just going to be looking to somebody to complain to, and what's going to happen with it? And the reality is right now nothing's going to happen, because we're not at that stage. The county's trying to develop an instance of cause and effect. You have a complaint, we have the effect of addressing it, and we're getting to that part. Well, how long is it going to take? We don't know. And I know that county is doing the best they can and staff is doing the best they can. But I'm also very concerned in regards to a resident feeling like, here's my complaint, and being looked in the eye and saying, well, tough. That is a hard one to take. And if the county does get it, when the county finally gets to the point of up and running and have an efficient program to address the complaints, are the residents going to be stuck with the technology that is only present and recognized today, rather than that which, all technology always gets better, that there's different technology out there that will be improving in addressing the problems of the odor? And that's what I'm really concerned about, because it's a big promise. And if I'm living in it, I'm really concerned in regards to whether this big promise is going to be fulfilled, or if it's going to be watered down, or if it's even going to be addressed, period. So I hear those who have those concerns regarding it, and my real thought, and I'm hoping maybe I should have asked this during staff, is as technologies get better, is there a requirement for those who are producing the odor required to adopt that technology? That's where my question's at. And those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Looking for a light on Commissioner Park.
Should we wait for staff to answer Mr. Martinez's question? I mean, I can answer it, but I think it's better come from staff.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I can go ahead and take that.
Thank
so the ordinance does require that an odor abatement plan prevent odors from being experienced within residential zones. So if our enforcement and compliance staff, in working with the consultants that we've hired, do identify that an odor abatement plan that's being used by an operator is not meeting that code requirement, then they would be required to utilize a certified industrial hygienist or professional engineer consistent with the code to evaluate new best available control technology that will make sure that it meets code requirements, which is, again, preventing odors from being experienced within residential zones.
Following that, then, if it comes to that stage where a you said a hygienist or not hygienist, not that thinking dentistry, sorry,
a licensed professional,
let's just call it that. Being a lawyer, of course, we're always going to say I can always hire some expert to say one thing and another expert to say another. Who's the ultimate decision is to accept what opinions have been provided, and what does that offer those who are submitting the complaints of their ability to be involved in that discussion?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, so the ultimate authority in determining whether or not a response is appropriate is the Director of Planning and Development. So planning and development is we will look at it, and of course we also have a consultant that will help us in making that determination, but the authority is the director. Odor abatement plans also do allow the complaining party to report. They could report to either the operator and work with the operator directly, or they can report directly to P&D. That's kind of their option. But P&D does work with complaining parties and respond to them and let them know what our final determination is and what the corrective actions were.
I'd like to supplement that a little bit. That this issue keeps coming up, and it's because you asked a good question, Commissioner Martinez, and it's a very important question. And because it kept coming up, it was addressed in large part by an effort by the coalition, Mr. Chitillo wrote a letter on behalf of, and members of the cannabis industry and carpinteria. They took a really deep dive into this, multiple months of negotiation, came up with this agreement they have, which has been offered as an exhibit in every project we've had, and it's offered again as an exhibit here. And it requires the best available control technology to be used, and in a dynamic sense, that as it changes, then you change your technology. And that's just the point that Mr. Chitillo was making in his letter, is that we have this new study that's essentially, well, he summarized it very easily in his last paragraph. This is the best available control technology now, is the carbon scrubbers, and there's an expectation that everyone who's gotten a permit already, but is in fact a signatory to this agreement, is going to have to upgrade their technology, and that's just an important piece to understand. Getting back though to reaction to this project, I think the most interesting issue to me that the appellant raised was number 3 in the staff report. It's not number 3 in these slide 14, and that was overconcentration of projects. And you kind of have to do some weighing here, because what we've seen in that immediate area, there was one operator whose name I don't know, and it's probably best I don't know, but was known throughout the industry as being sort of a rogue operator that was very late in getting any kind of vapor phase control system, if they did get it, and never turned it on, and then had problems with their landlord, and I think they're gone now. And that's just what we didn't want to see, because we had a non-conforming use that just decided, okay, I'm going to milk the time period as far as I can, and then whatever happens. We've seen them go away. We have a project near there that is good people, good operators. I voted against it. I was the only one here who did vote against it. Maybe Commissioner Bridley did too. I'm not, yeah, I think you did. And we voted against it because it said no, vapor phase is good enough. And even though you're doing carbon scrubbers elsewhere, you don't need to do them here. And that's why I voted against it. Well, you know what? Under this agreement, I think they're going to have to put in carbon scrubbers if this agreement means anything. We have another project, which was the very first one we ever saw at this planning commission, that rumor has it, and I'm always hearing these things from people in the industry, that they've either shut down or are going to shut down, and they are ones without carbon scrubbers. So why am I bringing up these specifics? Because it supports my belief in a general phenomena in the cannabis industry that a lot of the projects we saw early on were not as good as the ones we're seeing now. They're not as good at controlling odor. Now we're seeing projects, and I'm generalizing, where there's more serious farmers involved and less investors that want to make a quick buck, whatever. Maybe I'm going on too much. But we're seeing improvement in the projects. So in the sense that, yeah, I kind of hear you. We don't want an over-concentration. But if I vote no on this project, I'm voted yes, or the commission did, on some projects that really weren't so good, okay? I'd rather see this 13 acres get approved and soak up 13 acres out of that 184 or 182 acre cap. Is it 4 or 2?
187.
187, okay, I was wrong. 187 cap, soak it up with the good ones and get rid of the bad ones as they fall by the wayside and do that. So I'm inclined to approve a project like this because I think it's better than what we've had, and it's going to lead to an overall improvement. But I realize it's a hard issue. But so I will support this project.
Let's see, we haven't heard from Commissioner Free or Commissioner Bridley.
I'm ready, baby. So I appreciate Commissioner Cooney, or Chair Cooney's advisory not to go back and, rehash the whole history of this. I said this the second month I was on this commission, and I said this is one of the most fascinating land use problems I've ever seen in 36 years of being a practicing planner, because we want to protect ag. We have a political body called the Board of Supervisors that adopted this program, and we are beholden to it. So as much as I would agree with many of the appellant's points, and I would love to say, well, maybe no, maybe I'd like to scale it back, frankly, we have no tool to do so. We have no tool to do so. This is a coastal development permit. I'm going to go back on the permit wonkiness here, and there's only a couple of findings, and it's really hard to find any way to chisel non-agreement with those. The other thing that I want to point out is I completely concur with Commissioner Park, is that we've got a very good operator here with a proven history, a commitment to doing a major capital investment in the property to make this work. They're still here. They're not some of the cannabis applicants that came and started and bailed already when the market got tough. And the curious thing to me is when I first dove into ag on this, and I heard other Van Wingerden saying, in order to keep ag in this county, you have to let us pivot to the market that will keep us in ag. Otherwise, we can't survive. Well, so now it's getting a little bit harder for cannabis. Hopefully not forever, but I don't want to see them pivot away and say, okay, now we can't even make it in cannabis. I appreciate the fact that in Carpinteria, it has been a burden. And I've said before, I recreate at the Polo and Racquet Club. So I'm very familiar with that facility. I'm probably there 3 days a week, and I've been there 3 days a week for about 20 years. I can honestly say, just anecdotally, that in 2018 and 2019, the odor problem there was far, far worse than what it is now. So whatever the system has done to move things along to a better operational control factor, then I think it's showing up. Whether it's the CARP agreement, whether it's serious applicants managing their site better, or maybe some pulling out, I don't know, but it's gotten a lot better than it was in 2019. And so I am definitely inclined to support this. And the last thing I want to cite is on page 4 of 16 of the odor abatement plan that we are approving as part of this entitlement. I'm just going to quote it so everybody remembers that this OAP is a moving target, not the OAP, the method. This states in the plan, the facility shall follow all methods for controlling and reducing odor as outlined in the odor abatement plan. And here's the big part, shall deploy or redeploy new best available control technologies or methods as necessary to control odor at the facility, as determined by the planning and development or a qualified CIH engineer. So the system has developed plans and conditions and findings that, shoehorn in everything we can possibly do for future operations. And I know that probably doesn't make the neighborhood feel any better about it, but I think it shows a lot of progress to everybody else watching this from the outside, that the county's done the best it can, given the fact that this was the directive that the Board of Supervisors approved. So I'm in support of this case, and I wouldn't have any changes to anything.
Commissioner Farini.
I think it's pretty much been said, and I just wanted to highlight a few things. One would be, I think the bad apple has, to the public and the residents, has ruined the whole basket of apples. And but as the other commissioners are saying, there's good apples out there. Now we need to amplify them, and these are people who want to do their best. They're willing to invest in it, and they're good names on it. And I just can't believe they're going to invest money that they think that's a good investment to go rehab these worn-out greenhouses from a failed industry. One, that's a lot of money. Two, put in all these carbon scrubbers, which are an even greater amount of money, with the idea that they're going to get shut down. They know, the growers know, they've signed on to best available technology, the BACT, and they're in a way, if you're the residents, they are trapped. You do have them because they have to move forward now. Okay, it's no more. Vapor phase is going to be out, and then what Director Plowman has told us, and Mr. Wilson reiterated early on in our conversation this morning, originally operations were in non-conforming status, so there was no OAP in force, okay? There was no way to enforce anything, so that's where the bad apples were, and they're out there spewing their smells all over your beautiful valley. And once we get people permitted, then we can enforce, and now that's the next phase. P&D has hired Geotech to come in. They're a certified professional organization. They're going to know where to look, and they're going to know how to look. It's very difficult to take someone out of planning and development who that's not their real background and say, okay, you go be the enforcer and you go make the decisions, okay? So it's evolving. I'm not saying it's the best that I could have hoped for, and that you haven't had the negative experience you've had as the residents of Carpinteria. And I think it's just heightened your sensitivity, but I think your heightened sensitivity is paid off because Mr. Van Wingerden agreed to modify his project to put scrubbers in before it was required. I just think it's a Herculean effort on the side of the business of cannabis in Carpinteria, and I think we're finally at a point where we're going to see an improvement. And I don't think there's a person in this room, or a person in P&D or in the county that doesn't want to see that improve. So I feel it's in good faith to approve this project. And I think, as Commissioner Park said, let's get all the good ones out there to get rid of all the bad ones, and this thing will evolve in the right way.
Commissioner Farini, very wise counsel, as always. We need to listen to the farmers. Okay, commissioners, further discussion. Looks like we're ready for a motion. So it's my duty in the first district to propose a motion that others may or may not join, but I will follow the wording staff has put on the screen to deny the appeal, make the findings for approval of the project as specified in Attachment A to the staff report today, including the CEQA findings. Determine that the previously certified programmatic environmental impact report is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required by this project. And finally, grant de novo approval of the modified project case number 19 CDP 61, subject to the conditions included in Attachment B to the staff memo.
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Park.
Yes, I'm going to support it, but at the same time, I want to thank the appellants and folks that have appeared in every one of these hearings and stuck with it for your continuing efforts in keeping this kind of stuff in front of us and keeping us on our toes. Thank you.
I totally agree, and I appreciate all the time they spent with me to raise their concerns, many of which we're going on a leap of faith to believe will be cured by the project in the months ahead as it's built out. Mr. Villalobos, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
I'll say aye on that leap of faith, yes.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. That concludes our business. I did want, for the record, Mr. Villalobos will appreciate that I remembered to do this. The individuals with whom I met last week are Jim Manoia, Kay Walters, Abby Turin, Mark Brickley, and Anna Carrillo. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. See you next week.